Hello and welcome to Double Feature Reviews. I'm Libby.
I'm David.
And today we're talking about Princess Mononoke and The Green Knight. Had you seen either of these before, David?
I had seen Princess Mononoke quite a while ago. Didn't really watch it very closely. I didn't really pay attention to the plot. Knew some of the characters, but no, I would say this is basically my first time watching.
Okay.
No, I'd never seen The Green Knight before. I definitely remembered the commercials, very striking commercials of the giants walking around, so I knew that was going to be in it.
For not much more time in the film than they were in the trailers.
Yeah, that was trailer content right there.
Yeah, we'll get to the giants later. And had you read the poem, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight?
I don't know if I've read the poem. I've certainly read many adaptations of the story and many adaptations of the matter of Britain and the King Arthur cycle. I'm sure I've read several versions of it over time. I don't know if I've ever read the original.
I had also seen Princess Mononoke before a long time ago, over 10 years ago now. If I cared to look it up, I could tell you to the week when I saw it, because when I did my study abroad program over the summer in Montpellier, France, for some reason I decided studying in France means Japanese movie marathon. So I, at that point, had already seen Howl's Moving Castle once. So I can't remember what order I did this in, but I did a rewatch of Howl's Moving Castle. I watched Spirited Away twice, and I watched Princess Mononoke twice. And I also hadn't seen The Green Knight. I read the poem once we decided we were going to watch this film. I listened to the audiobook of the Benedict Flynn translation, and this is one of the greatest experiences of my life. I highly recommend it to everyone. And I gotta say, I think alliteration is totally underrated as a poetic device. It was really enjoyable and compelling. And I think nowadays, meter is the highest form of poetry, then rhyme, and then alliteration and assonance. Or any child could come up with that.
Yeah, alliteration, I guess in the middle of the 20th century, really received a reputation which I agree is totally unfair and hurtful. Audiences still love alliteration. People really respond to it, and it's beautiful, and it's a great way to draw a connection between things. So I agree.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is a continental influence, because alliteration is really part of the Old and Middle English tradition of poetry, and that's less important in the French medieval poetry and the classics, which are much more interested in meter.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where its gimmicky reputation came from. To some extent, it is the most factory-friendly approach to poetry.
A 5-year-old could do it, whereas I'm not sure a 5-year-old could write something in dactylic hexameter.
Even thinking up a lot of rhymes requires a certain amount of remembering what all the words are. But there are a lot of options for alliteration. You're technically allowed to do it pretty easily.
Just because you can do it badly doesn't mean it can't also be done well.
As a low skill floor, but a high skill ceiling.
Yeah. And looking at the two of these together, David, what would you title this pairing, this double feature?
My title is Heads Unrooted.
Very good. I do have a fun cheeky title, and then I have my real title. So my cheeky title is A Frankly Unexpected Number of Decapitations. And my real title is The Beautiful, Terrible Majesty of Father Earth.
I think Heads Unrooted, The Beautiful, Terrible Majesty of Father Earth is a great combined title. I really feel like we put it together there. I'll maybe give a brief, our traditional brief overview of the plots now. I don't know. I think that in this case, it might be smart when we get to the movies to kind of give it a little bit of the traditional podcast treatment, where we start by giving a roughly chronological overview of the things that happen in these movies, because they're very episodic, for lack of a better term.
I would call them dense. Green Knight is very much episodic. No, maybe not quite so much for Princess Mononoke. But one thing I was struck by is these films are both just a little bit over 2 hours long, but man, do a lot of things happen in those 2 hours.
Well put. So, Princess Mononoke is a fantasy action-adventure drama where the young noble warrior Ashitaka battles and befriends demon boars, spirit wolves, tricky monks, and the great defender of the forest herself, Princess Mononoke. In the first scene, after the narrator introduces this age of medieval Japanese fantasy, Ashitaka battles a demonically possessed giant boar to the death. In the final scene, after the boar demons are healed and nature is healed, Ashitaka and Princess Mononoke decide not to settle down together, but only visit occasionally, as Ashitaka helps rebuild Irontown and Mononoke cares for the forest.
For the record, her name is not Mononoke. Her name is San.
Yeah, you're right. That's true. Mononoke means wild spirit. Mm-hmm. She is the wild spirit. Is she the wild spirit?
She's definitely a wild spirit.
Spirit.
There's a lot of wild spirits.
It's very fair. So in The Green Knight, which is a fantasy adventure drama, a want-to-be knight beheads a magic forest knight of the Green Chapel in a game to impress King Arthur, but struggles to find a way out when he is then honor-bound to suffer the same fate after the forest knight still lives. In the first scene, Gawain wakes up in a brothel and gets caught sneaking home by his mother, who is maybe the magical Morgan Le Fay. In the final scene, Gawain returns from seeing his life flash before his eyes, still bent before the axe of the Green Knight, who tells him, "Well done, my brave knight. Now, off with your head." The ending is supposed to be ambiguous. Yeah. Is the Green Knight saying, "I will now cut off your head," or is he saying, "Now go off keeping your head"?
With your head.
Because he sort of taps him before, and maybe that's his revenge blow. So which one did he mean? We don't know. Cut.
And also, this is quite different from the ending of the poem, so that's not going to help us out. I don't know if you know this. There is a post-credit scene that we didn't watch because there was no indication that there would be a post-credit scene, and I'm not going to sit through 10 minutes of that.
Is this the one with the little girl?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't reveal the answer to that part of the story,
well,
per se, or maybe you think it does?
It's a little girl who I think is meant... we had seen earlier, I think it's the same actor as Gawain's daughter.
That's right.
And she sees the royal crown and puts it on her head, which to me that would indicate that Gawain is now dead and she is the monarch.
That is definitely an interpretation. Of course, in the life flashing before his eyes, we saw another alternate future where his son... He had a son who then died in battle. Perhaps this is a continuation of that future, and the daughter.
But he still has a daughter in that future.
Perhaps in this alternate, in the vision we see in the post-credit sequence, the son was never there. We don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he doesn't have a daughter when he leaves on this quest, so there had to be some amount of time.
It can't be that he is beheaded by the Green Knight, and then moments later, the daughter magically realizes that she is now the monarch because the daughter doesn't exist yet. And in theory, to come back and have the daughter, the Green Knight would have spared him. So I don't know. Or
we do have a sample of Gawain's semen outside of his body. Artificial DNA. Insemination. How long can semen last on a belt? Probably not that long.
Was it on the belt? I mean,
it's on his hand and also on the belt.
I think this is the first on-screen semen we've had in our
podcast. Really exciting. Princess Mononoke gives us our first kiss-feeding scene, which I had forgotten, and Green Knight gives us our first on-screen semen.
They're not joking around either. I mean, it's pretty clearly displayed.
So let's dive into some metadata for Princess Mononoke. The original Japanese title is Mononoke Hime, which means Princess Mononoke. This is a 1997 film written and directed kind of simultaneously by Hayao Miyazaki. And we decided to do the dubbed version of this.
Controversial.
So, we don't always do the dub. We've done other foreign language films on this podcast that we listen to in the original French and the original German. For this one, it really, and for most Studio Ghibli films, it does seem like they are putting as much effort into the English language soundtrack as they are putting into the Japanese soundtrack. They're getting big names. So I don't think we are meant to view the English language version as like an inferior substitute for us weaklings who don't speak Japanese, but as a separate production for a Western audience. So we will be discussing the English language script and the English voice actors' performances. Which are Billy Crudup as Ashitaka, Claire Danes as San, Minnie Driver as Lady Eboshi. Billy Bob Thornton continuing to play a sleazy
politician.
Same as in Love Actually. Here he plays Jigo, the monk. John DiMaggio as Gonza. And Jada Pinkett Smith as Toki, meaning we are now at 75% of the Smith family on this podcast because we got Willa and Will in Zombie Time.
Zombie Time?
I am...
Legend.
Zombies.
I am Legend Zombies.
I was going to say I am Zombies. Zombies are us.
They're actually vampires?
And Gillian Anderson as Moro, and Keith David as Akoto.
Miyazaki began developing Princess Mononoke in the late 70s, maybe formally around 1980. Originally, this was an adaptation of The Beauty and the Beast.
It has journeyed far from that.
A gender-flipped Beauty and the Beast, where the beautiful male nobleman falls for the wild, beastly spirit lady. He could not get this project off the ground, didn't get a lot of interest. He also was heavily influenced by Hojoki, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, which is a big epic of Japanese literary culture. It's a collection of essays, but also kind of a historical account of a very turbulent period. We might say kind of the medieval Dark Ages period of Japan, about how everything that humans create will collapse. Kind of a Buddhist story about impermanence, but also themes about the inevitability of nature's ability to defeat humans. Mm-hmm. And inspired by a lot of the same themes in this film, which is the transition from a pagan culture to a Christian culture. From a nature-worshipping culture to a non-nature worshipping culture in both Japan, and we see similar themes in The Green Knight. The film was also directly inspired by Gilgamesh, from like Mesopotamia, from like 6,000 years ago, with
The Story,
basically the first good one, honestly. Which is also about a prince and a wild person, them both being male, and them sort of wrestling with the inevitability of the world and nature. As Livy alluded to, Miyazaki is famous for writing the story as he is drawing the storyboards, which means that not the way you're normally supposed to do movies, where you have a script, and then you take the script and you storyboard it, but Miyazaki does all the hard parts together.
He didn't know how it was going to end when he started and when all of his animators started drawing cells.
Yeah, this was the most expensive Japanese animated film ever made at the time of its release. And it was an extremely challenging, and I guess we would say troubled production. The studio very basically went bankrupt or mortgaged all of its assets on producing this film, and if it wasn't going to be a success, then there would be no Studio Ghibli movies and Miyazaki wouldn't be making films anymore. This incredibly challenging production, and we see the incredibly detailed animation on the screen. We don't have to point out that they clearly, in every background, in every character, in every motion, it's obviously incredibly lush and detailed. And you can see that on the screen, and there was so much that had to be done that even Miyazaki had to break away from his famous distaste for digital animation. And this is the first Studio Ghibli movie where about 15 minutes of the movie are done on computer, and a lot of it is assisted by computer animated tools. Probably we're talking about like the big fight scenes with all the swirling cameras around the tentacles and swords flashing around. They basically would design those fight scenes in a 3D environment using 3D graphics tools, then digitally move a camera around those 3D fields and convert those into animated pieces which would be touched up by hand. Miyazaki himself personally redrew or corrected over half of the film's cells. There's 144,000 cells, and he personally worked on about 80,000 of them. So, well, it's not that surprising considering the extreme financial stress and the extreme hours. This is our new longest production. This was in production for over 1,000 days. I
mean, this is also our first animated film, so that does make sense.
Well, the second most longest production is Pinocchio, by Guillermo del Toro, which is 930 days. This is about 1,040 days. And in both cases, production ended less than a month before the film was actually released.
Oh, wow.
So it's
That's
not
tight.
like, normally we kind of have 300 days of filming, maybe 300 days of editing. This was 1,000 days of work. Days later, the film is out in theaters.
Well, I mean, it's not like if people didn't like it, they could redo some bits. It's not like they had, extra footage that they could recut.
Well, some of those 1,000 days is people not liking it and then redrawing it from scratch. There were probably some tough meetings.
All right. But it's not like you could show it to test audiences and then be like, I don't like this. And it's like, oh, well, we'll just change the ending. That was not a possibility.
That did happen for the initial English. No, sorry.
Yes.
That we'll get there.
We'll get there. Yeah, I do have some horror stories from the...
Go for it, please.
So Miyazaki, yet again, another director who doesn't seem great to work for. He just blew up at animators who he thought were working too slowly or not doing a good enough job. Embarrassing for them. At one point, they hired additional animators because they weren't going to get it done in time. But they didn't have a big enough office space, so they were just cramming more desks into the room. And one of the production leads, a lot of whom were also doing animation, even though that wasn't technically part of their job description, had kidney stones, went to the hospital, and came back to work the same day.
It's not surprising that a lot of people left Studio Ghibli after this production. And something like maybe a quarter to half of the senior staff resigned. So a lot of talent went into this movie, and a lot of talent was not available for future Studio Ghibli movies, which is why one of the reasons why this film often stands above its competitors when it comes to the critics, at least. Up until very late into the production, the team was not working on the film Princess Mononoke. They were working on the film The Legend of Ashitaka. And it wasn't until the executive producer, Mr. Suzuki, basically told Miyazaki, you're wrong, you don't know how to title this movie, I'm making the decision that this is going to be Princess Mononoke and you just have to deal with it, that it was changed close to the time of release. I think this is a brilliant decision, absolutely saved the project, and I think it would be half the film if it was called The Legend of Ashitaka. Not only is that a less interesting and entertaining story, the things that make it unique and interesting about the ways it portrays nature and men and women and medieval culture are so much more emphasized on that. Princess Mononoke is not the main character. She's not actually on screen that much.
Yeah.
But having her in the title creates a through line, sets up this eventual entrance of the character that makes you excited for what's going to happen and lets you know that there's going to be another level.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree. The first time I watched this film, I was confused. I thought maybe the edition I had scenes missing or something. Because I was like, okay, it's called Princess Mononoke, so she's probably the main character. First of all, I had to recalibrate when it turns out her name is San. No one addresses her as Princess Mononoke. So we've got this opening scene that she's not in with Ashitaka killing the boar and then venturing off into the wild. And then we meet her. They have a brief interaction and she basically says, fuck off. And then she leaves. And we continue to ignore her for another 20 minutes while we find out about Irontown. And I was like, why is it called Princess Mononoke if there's so little Princess Mononoke for the first hour? And also, that's not her name. Yeah,
I think part of the problem is that I think that Princess Mononoke is definitely the right title in Japanese. Mononoke Hime. Thank you, Hime.
Mononoke Hime.
Mononoke Hime, great title. I think Princess Mononoke is a terrible title. And I strongly believe that the film should have been titled Monster Princess, Princess Monster, Princess Wild Spirit, Beast Princess, Animal Spirit Princess, Princess Spirit Beast. Anything like that would have been great. It's confusing to watch the film because you would naturally think that that's her name. And it doesn't really let you know what's supposed to be really interesting, which is they occasionally mention that her mother is a wolf. Just kind of like it's a fact that happens to come up. But we need to understand that this is like a magic spirit person. This is not even necessarily a human.
Oh, I think San is real. I think San is a real normal person. Moro is a spirit.
Maro is a wolf. It's not really implied that necessarily Maro is a magic wolf and there are non-magic wolves. She's just a wolf, I think. And wolves are magic.
That's not the impression I got. So I got the impression that this particular forest has animals who are much closer to spirits, and that's why they're so big. Like, wolves are not 30 feet long. So Okoto and Moro are both way bigger than a normal pig or wolf should be because they are semi-divine.
So that's not the impression I got, or not exactly the same. My impression is that the film is basically saying that, and I think even...
Also, Moro can talk.
I think the apes, one of the other band...
Factions.
Nations of animals that we meet, they say something about how they're becoming more dumb. They're becoming stupider as a result of the humans encroaching into nature. So I think the impression is that the film is saying that in the ancient mythical times, all animals were giant magic beasts. And it is the encroachment of human into nature that is transitioning these, what used to be universally magic beasts, into normal animals, which is not entirely inaccurate. Historically, man did encroach into nature that did force animals to get smaller and have a less noble position in the natural hierarchy. So I think that's what they're going
do
for.
Agree with you, and I think that like by the time the film is taking, or like when the film ends, Moro and Okoto are both dead, and they are the last most divine animals.
I see.
So all of the other pigs are also dead. So we've got Moro's sons, who can talk a little bit, but they're not as big as her, and, you know, they're not quite as magical. They probably couldn't bite someone's arm off after being fully decapitated. Yeah, so I don't disagree with what you said.
Okay. So yeah, at the end of the production, basically all of the most talented people left the company. Miyazaki himself said he didn't want to make movies anymore. It was kind of not fun, actually.
He probably wanted to take a nap.
And the company was totally out of money and had already loaned out all of its assets. So, if this was not a huge mega financial success, then this was going to be the end. And Miyazaki had said throughout the production that if this bankrupted the studio and everyone was fired, then that was fine with him. He just really wanted to make this one movie.
Let's see, this film is 1997. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind is 1984, and that's probably the most similar film he had made up to that point, or that he ever made. I get the impression that he really cared about this like environmental theme, and he wanted to talk about environmentalism versus industrialism. So he made Nausicaa, and then he had to make some kind of cute, fun movies for kids, like My Neighbor Totoro and Kiki's Delivery Service. And then he was like, okay, I've developed enough credentials and enough finances that I can try again. I can do another Nausicaa. And that's the point of the studio. So if I can't do that, who cares?
Yeah, he was unhappy with how the manga of Nausicaa was adapted into the film, because the film has a much more condensed ending where the human versus nature rivalry just sort of gets resolved because magic spirit comes and makes everything better, and didn't actually wrestle with how do you really resolve that problem in a practical way like this does. And I know that part of the reason he made several children's movies in between is because he had kids of his own, and he wanted to make movies that he thought his kids would like. He ended up having an extremely strained and negative relationship with his kids because he spent all of his time working on this movie. So you can interpret that however you want. So yeah, it was all on the line now. As a matter of fact, Princess Mononoke was a huge, massive financial success. It became the #1 film of all time in Japan. It was supported by what was at the time the largest advertising campaign in Japanese history. And they really pushed this movie not as the best blockbuster movie for the whole family, but as an art house anime with real philosophical and cultural pretension. It's kind of piggybacking on Neon Genesis Evangelion, which had started to move anime a little bit more into, shall we say, literary or academic circles. And so this film was marketed as, you know, if you're like a smart, cool person, then you'd actually really like Princess Mononoke. And it worked. When it was released, it stayed in theaters for over a year. And in its first 5 months of release, 1 out of every 10 people in Japan saw the movie. So it not only had a lot of repeat goers, you know, mega fans, but it had broad cultural appeal and was a true phenomenon.
Yeah, I think Suzuki also arranged for it to have a semi-limited release, so it wasn't in every movie theater, which means that the movie theaters it was available in had really long lines, and people would say like, what's everyone in line for? Oh, this Mononoke Hime thing must be an important smart person film. Ooh, limited release? That means it's, you know, not for the plebs.
It's sometimes compared to Star Wars as a film that overtook the culture. That was basically the only thing people talked about for years. There were big merchandising campaigns, Star Wars-like. You could get the little stuff, Kodama, Rolly Head guys, and you could get a copy of San's mask. I want a copy of San's mask.
Was it made out of wood or was it made out of plastic?
I'm sure it was made out of plastic.
That's what San wants.
Yeah.
More industrial production.
I have no evidence of this, but I can definitely imagine a meeting where Miyazaki's like, what? Merchandising? No, this is a pure film of art about ecology. We're not doing merchandising. And they're like, Miyazaki, we literally have no money. Yeah. Do you want us to do the movie? Let us make the mask. Honestly, it's a cute mask, right? And he's like, it is.
You do have to let us kill some trees so that we can make money so you can make another movie about trees.
I think you can feel the tension there a little bit. It was a huge success in Japan, not only with audiences, but with critics. It was the first animated film to win the Japan Academy, the Best Picture in Japan. And the only other film that was the only other animated film that won it was Spirited Away, the other big successful Miyazaki one.
It's not as good as this one.
It's not as good as this one. Yeah, I'll say I was really surprised by how good this movie was. I was not prepared for it to be as interesting as a story or as thematically rich and deep and engaging. Yeah, it is actually a really good movie, which I like Miyazaki's imagery, and I actually kind of like Spirited Away. I think it's kind of fun. But this is real cinema. So I'll just say I was convinced by watching it. It was Japan's submission to the Academy Awards for Best Foreign Language Feature, but was not nominated as one of the choices. Kind of a huge miss.
Do you know what the other
Oscars.
Ones were? Is it 5 films we've never heard of?
The Best Foreign Language nominees were Character from the Netherlands. I've never heard of that. Beyond Silence from Germany. Never heard of that. 4 Days in September from Brazil. Never heard of that.
I've maybe heard of that. But
there's another...
I couldn't tell you a single thing about it.
I don't think you've heard of this, but if you have, good for you. It's about the kidnapping of the United States ambassador to Brazil.
I may have heard people say the name of the film, but I don't know anything about it.
The Secrets of the Heart from Spain and The Thief from Russia. So I've never heard of any of these movies.
I also maybe have heard someone say the name Secrets of the Heart, but...
That sounds like a movie title.
Yeah. Maybe there's a different movie called Secrets of the Heart. Yeah. This one's probably better than at least some of those.
I found it interesting that this was the longest Japanese animated film ever made. So yes, huge hit in Japan, culturally, critically, financially, everything else. The studio was in fact saved. There's some speculation that Miyazaki maybe didn't really plan on resigning, but did that just kind of like as a stunt to get people to go see the movie because he was afraid he was going to go bankrupt.
Well, Hayao Miyazaki has had multiple, this is my last project.
This was the first one. This was the first time he pulled that card.
He's only been doing it
so maybe
for
he learned
30 years.
that you can just say that and more people will see the movie. Now, when it came to the American adaptation, which there wasn't necessarily going to be one, but it was a huge success. Originally, they had asked to write the American adaptation Quentin Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino, will you write Princess Mononoke?
The clear choice.
And Quentin Tarantino said, no, that doesn't make any sense. Why would I don't...
Have you seen my work?
I haven't seen anything like this, and they wouldn't talk like that, and I'm like a lot of witty, subtle... That does... No, I will not. And he said, you know who should write this? Neil Gaiman. So Neil Gaiman wrote the English adaptation. This is a Neil Gaiman script.
In retrospect, unfortunate, because we do hate rapists on this podcast.
The script was stripped of a lot of its Japanese cultural reference. This is not a direct translation. This is nowhere close to a direct translation. Basically, all the jokes were kind of rewritten from scratch to a new joke that had something to do with it. It was not a huge success in the United States. It made $11 million. Total gross was $177 million around the world. The budget was
For the English language version?
No, for the film as a total. $23.5 million budget, so about 650% profit. Very strong return on investment. But not particularly well received culturally, critically, or commercially initially in the United States. Of course, in future years, it has been re-examined. It's now considered one of the great films of all time. It has very strong overall ratings. It has
8.3 on IMDb with 459,000 ratings.
and it has a 93% on Rotten Tomatoes. And it includes some of the more hesitant early reviews. People thought that it was just a bit too weird and didn't have the most traditional story structure. And also that, like, the ladies really weren't that sexy. So I'm not really sure
what am I doing
what's
here?
going on here. I don't understand. So, yeah, we watched the English language dub, which is pretty well received. There's actually kind of a secret better, maybe Canadian version, which is a more similar translation in some parts of it. And when Lady Oboshi first sees San, she calls her the Wolf Beast instead of Princess Mononoke, which I think does a little bit to deal with the bad English title. And also the songs are in Japanese. I think this is the main thing that the sub defenders would really tell you is that, okay, the dub is maybe fine, they redid all the jokes, but the music, they also re-sung all the songs, and they're not as good. The original Japanese music was so beautiful. This has been one of the most well-received movies of all time. It's been one of the most academically analyzed movies of all time, especially in Japan, but even in every country. This has been brought in really as one of a great work of art, and it has been really influential on a lot of other movies. Avatar is basically Princess Mononoke, but not as good, for example.
One film that we kept comparing it to when we were watching it too was the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I forgot how many scenes were so clearly inspiring to Peter Jackson.
Well, no, this is after Lord of the Rings, actually. Lord of the Rings is... Return of the King comes out in 2004.
This is 1997?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah,
other way around.
The pigs putting war paint on was extremely urukai coded.
Yes.
And that final scene where they're on the rock with the flowing death goo all around them, very much like the lava from Mount Doom surrounding our Hobbit heroes.
And there's a lot of scenes of our adventurers climbing around mountains as the wind is sweeping against them with music that's actually pretty reminiscent. So I think even on a moment to moment, on the cinematographic tools that the director is using, a lot is clearly borrowed in Lord of the Rings from Princess Mononoke.
I don't know if Hayao Miyazaki read Lord of the Rings. I would believe it. But I'm certain Peter Jackson saw Princess Mononoke.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's maybe something to do with the fact that the Lord of the Rings is filmed in New Zealand, and both of these films were inspired by their directors going out to their mountains, which are at a pretty similar longitude.
I think that's the same chain.
That's the same chain, basically, and thinking about the people that would live in these types of mountains and the journeys that they would have to go through. So they were looking at basically the same landscape, just on different sides of the equator. So yeah, maybe we should start by just trying to briefly review what happens in the movie Princess Mononoke.
Have we not started yet?
You didn't press record? Oh, no, we'll never get this right. So...
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, you go for it. You're our story expert. What happens? What is the basic plot of the movie?
How detailed do you want... Do you want this to take 10 minutes? Do you want this to take 2 minutes?
5 to 10 minutes sounds good. Yeah,
Okay.
Let's get into it. Let's. I think there are maybe some people who've seen this movie before, maybe for this podcast, maybe just before, and maybe they kind of liked it, but they don't quite know what happened in the movie. I would believe that happened. So let's maybe...
There are a lot of things, many of which could logically happen in the same order. There's a lot of times where scenes are presumably happening simultaneously. So I may need your help on this.
Again, because the film is so dense and so rich, I really found that it rewarded really careful watching.
Yeah.
You really need to watch every moment, every frame, and everything that people say, because there's a lot of subtle references, even just inside of one scene, to other moments that happened in that same scene. So you got to watch it closely. You kind of have to.
So it starts out, our main character, who eventually we learn is named Prince Ashitaka, is riding his red elk, not native to Japan. Gorillas, also not native to Japan. You really got to free your mind.
Well, they were in the ancient mythical times,
about the ecosystem.
You don't appreciate the ancient mythical times.
Okay, the African red elk is his steed, Yakul, which is also not a Japanese... You can't end a syllable with a word with an L in Japanese. So I don't know how we're meant to parse that. Rescues his sister and other girls of the village from a goo monster, a worm monster that has emerged from the forest and is heading towards their small village. In the process of this, some of those worms wrap around his arm and appear to infect him with some sort of like purple necrosis. He does fell the animal, which when the worms recede, turns out to be a giant boar, a really, really giant boar. And the wise woman of his community blesses the animal and says, hey, we will erect a monument to you. Please don't be mad at us. The boar, his dying sort of thought projection is, no, I'm mad at you. So the small village, which it turns out is an Amishi village, the Amishi are an ethnic minority in Japan, possibly the same as the Ainu, but unclear. It is decided, although with some trepidation, because there's so few Amishi left, they are technically dead. There was an ethnic cleansing 500 years ago, and they're not on the books, and they have to hide from the emperor. That Ashitaka has to leave the village forever. I think there is some cultural context that we're not getting and that they weren't able to squeeze into the text. But for some reason, once Ashitaka leaves, he will never be able to return. So he is going in search of the origin of the iron ball that was found in the boar that killed him. So, which we would recognize as a bullet. So he starts heading through the landscape, encounters a battle, which appears to just be, it's not really a battle, it's a massacre.
Yeah, this is one of course, not historically accurate to 14th century Japan or whatever this is supposed to be, but it is very much a scene that we all know from 19th century Japanese history of the armor-clad samurai charging into the firearm using people who mow them down to the samurai's shock.
That actually doesn't happen yet.
That's later.
Yeah, the village that is initially being attacked does not have guns.
Right. You're talking
These
about
are just
raider...
normal people who are being massacred by marauding samurai.
They're bandits.
Yeah. And Ashitaka, in defending them, realizes that this necrotic curse on his arm has given him super strength. He's so good at shooting arrows now that he can fully decapitate a man with an arrow, which is not how physics would work. It doesn't matter how strong you are. That's not how that would happen.
For this film series, if your movie doesn't have at least 3 really weird decapitation sequences, then you're not allowed to participate.
Yeah. So he decapitates a man and also cuts both of another man's arms off just by shooting arrows at them. Also, Yakul is coming with him in defending these people. And then he meets up with the monk Jigo, who sort of covers for a economic faux pas. And so he hangs out with Jigo for a bit. Does Jigo give him any important information? Does Jigo tell him about Irontown? It actually, I think this is a plot hole, at least in the English language thing. Initially, Ashitaka is going in search of the iron bullet, but without seemingly any new information, he shifts his goal to be searching for the forest spirit who will be able to heal him.
I think he gets the impression that the forest spirit can both heal him and heal whatever drove this boar to attack his village. And his real goal is to save his village and prevent them from being overrun by
But when
monsters.
does he hear about the forest spirit? Or does one just assume that forests have big daddy spirits?
Yeah, I don't remember anyone telling him about the forest spirit.
Yeah.
Maybe he just knows about forest spirits.
Obviously one knows about
Where
forest
did the forest
spirits.
get all of their powers from?
So yeah, he set off with the goal to find the bullet, but he ends up being like, actually, I would love to fix my arm. When he's rescuing these villagers from the raiders, is also the first time we get an indication that the necrosis is strengthened and feeds upon hatred. So Ashitaka gets really mad and his arm starts bubbling and then he shoots the arrow so good.
And the wise woman of his village also told him he wants to heal it because the wise woman said, if you don't heal this, it's going to kill you soon. So he's kind of not too mad about having these magic strength powers, honestly, but he does want to live.
Then I think we cut to the people of Irontown on a caravan bringing supplies back to the town. They're being led by the president of Irontown, Lady Eboshi. Someone calls out that there are wolves coming to attack, and we see Mononoke Hime for the first time with her brothers. They attack the caravan, but are driven off with the guns, which are kind of...
They're hand cannons.
Hand cannons, yeah. They're kind of look like Chinese fireworks. San and her wolf brothers are driven off, but then while they're paying attention to them, no one noticed that Moro, Big Mama Wolf, was coming around from the other side. Moro knocks several men and oxen off of the path, and they fall, for most of them, to their death. But Lady Eboshi does manage to get a shot and wound Moro's shoulder, and the bullet stays in her for the rest of the film. Then we cut back to Ashitaka, who in his travels is traveling along a river valley and finds two of the men who had presumably fallen to their almost deaths. They're actually just unconscious and have several broken bones. He revives them and also sees this girl who goes and like sucks the wound of a wolf. He's like, that's kind of weird. Never seen someone drink wolf blood before. And he, I think, asks who she is, and then she says, go away, and leaves.
He kind of says, can you help me find the Forest King? And she's clearly like, I've got my own stuff. Yeah. Trying to suck a ball out of this wolf, so not right now. Yeah, that particular shot of her blood-covered face was not well received by American and British audiences, and they just thought that was weird and gross. Is that what's happening here? I can't even imagine what these people are upset about, but people got mad.
Then one of our injured Irontowners, Koroku, starts screaming, so Ashitaka has to go attend to him, and Koroku is screaming because he has caught sight of a Kodama, which is a little forest spirit. They are very minimally depicted. They have a very minimalist design, just like a white body.
Pillsbury Dough spirits.
Definitely Pillsbury Doughboy energy, with like 3 dots, which are not particularly well
They could be
balanced.
The eyes or the mouth, and then it spins its heads around.
So I was actually paying really close attention to this. Maybe there's one that I didn't see, but I was looking really closely. Their heads do sort of tick, 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 and then spin around sometimes. Never do they spin around so a different hole is the mouth.
I see. There is a mouth.
One of them is a mouth, and 2 of them are eyes. And they know which one, and they like to keep the eyes on top. They also have cute little butts that we see when they run around. And I just couldn't help thinking about Hayao Miyazaki saying, look, we are going way over budget. We have no time. Keep drawing the little butts. It doesn't make sense for them to not have butts. How would they walk?
They have no other features. They don't even have proper eyes and mouths.
Yeah, barely eyes and mouths.
But they have distinct cute little butts. I mean, we'll get into it.
Anatomically correct butts.
I do think it's interesting that we now, or how much you can realize that this film really is being made in chronological order, including making up the story in chronological order as we're animating this. Partially, I think you can tell this because in the final scene with the Kodama guys, that is the only scene where they run backwards, and we do not have any cute little butts. In the final shot, they were like, look, we're not doing the butts, okay? I resign now. This is when I resign. I'm not doing the butts. I think that's what happened.
So Koroku is really concerned about this Kodama because he's like, it's an evil forest spirit. It's going to call its big daddy here, who's gonna kill us. Not clear exactly what will happen, but Koroku is very scared. Ashitaka, our enlightened forest whisperer, is like, no, they're nice. They're gonna lead us to safety. So he brings the injured men through the forest
which is some great sequences of animation.
Yeah, and lots of little butts. The butts are cute. The butts are cute. I just don't think this was exactly what was worth it. There is one shot later in the film of a wolf jumping off a big ledge, which did get a laugh out of both of us.
Yeah.
They just sort of stop drawing.
They don't animate the wolf, and it just sort of clip arts its way across the screen like a PowerPoint presentation. They ran out of money. I think
I would gladly sacrifice the butts, though they are cute, in order to actually have that shot make sense. So we make our way to Irontown. Ashitaka is heralded as a hero and sent to go talk to Lady Eboshi. She's quite happy to have him around, and we learn that Lady Eboshi, even though she's like making these guns and she's cutting down the trees in order to fuel her forge, and she's,
she wants to make rice farms. She wants to make money. She wants to make an agricultural kingdom.
I think her primary goal right now is guns. because she's constantly under attack by Lord Asano.
Right.
So she's like, once we can defend ourselves, then I would like to make a thriving civilization. So we've sort of initially been introduced to her as being like anti the woods, and we're supposed to like the woods. But we complicate her by showing that she is, I think we're meant to understand, the only person in Japan who is taking in lepers and employing them and giving them a place to live. And she also is buying the contracts of sex slaves and giving them employment in the ironworks.
Not just giving them employment, but making women be at the forefront, the leaders of the community, and giving them very independent lives for medieval Japan.
And also, I think the focus on women who had worked in brothels and lepers is interesting because these are like representative of the groups who do not do well in a like wilderness scenario, like people who can be victimized sexually and disabled and sick people. So these are specifically the people who like can't just go live in the woods.
And there are also people who there's a lot of unnecessary stigma about. One thing we see in The Green Knight, which also features sex workers, is about, how she's forced to cut her hair differently and, wear bells on her clothing. And in this story, we see both the brothel workers finding a place where they can actually live independent lives without stigma, and also lepers. There's a lot of unnecessary stigma about leprosy, especially in medieval times, and the idea like, oh, don't be around lepers, they're dangerous, when it's actually okay to be around lepers. They're not dangerous at that level. And so they're both people who are sort of, once they find a place where they're accepted, they have a lot to contribute.
Yeah, so the lepers obviously can't work the forge, but they've all become gunsmiths and like are making innovations with these new guns. And Lady Eboshi is very focused on making guns that are light enough for the women to be able to operate. Because frequently the men of the village, or the men of Irontown, are going out on these caravans to presumably like trade iron for rice. And the women are by themselves.
Yeah, I think the film goes out of its way to really critique Japanese medieval society. And at a lot of fantasy anime is about presenting a very romanticized sense of Japanese medieval society, and also sort of encouraging this idea that Japan used to be this totally united, culturally cohesive place, and then it was Westerners who made it where now there's diversity in Japan and caused all the trouble. But it shows that Japan is actually a very diverse community historically, with lots of different ethnic groups, that there are real problems with the traditional social way that these different groups of people are forced to work with each other. And even then with like the relationship with the emperor, our tricky monk, Jigu, who you discussed earlier, he's working for the emperor, and the emperor's maybe actually not that great. Maybe everybody shouldn't just do what the emperor says all the time. And even the evil bandits, they don't say, oh, they're bandits. They call them what they were historically. They're the samurai. They're the soldiers who are hired by the government, are the people who are out there raiding these villages. So it's not shy in its social critique and to push against, its revisionist fantasy.
And one more thing in that line, Lord Asano, who we never actually see, but his forces are attacking Irontown later in the film. He has a couple different flag designs that his soldiers use. One of them is the flag of Japan. Yeah,
well, Miyazaki has long been critical of Japanese, shall we say, traditional imperialist policies. And his family, his father basically refused to serve during World War II, and he's been very critical of the Japanese government's recent moves to remilitarize the country. So he's not shy about having something to say politically, that not just in a deep ecological, philosophical way, but about very relevant cultural issues, political issues.
So we get to know a bit about Lady Eboshi, and Ashitaka is sort of challenged by what to think of her. And then that challenge is put to the test because San attacks again. San's goal is to kill Lady Eboshi because Lady Eboshi is threatening the forest. So she sneaks in. There's a lot of knife fighting. Lady Eboshi is quite happy to do some fighting herself. So they're going at each other with knives. Ashitaka is trying to just get them both to stop. He ends up faced with Gonza, who is Lady Eboshi's
chief of staff / bodyguard / tough guy.
He does the accounts, but he's also like her bodyguard. Gonza is going to prevent Ashitaka from getting to the fight, and Ashitaka's arm swirls with the dark worms, and he just bends the sword in half, leaving Gonzo kind of stunned, and then Ashitaka is able to get in and stun both of the women to get them to stop.
And I think it has to be said that it is in these fight scenes. We've already mentioned a couple of them, especially like the boar fight at the beginning, and this one again here, the 3-way duel in the town square, where I think the film is at its best. The action cinematography, the choreography, the way it's animated is so engaging and interesting, and does a lot to integrate the story into the fighting. We see the rivalry, which you're going to tell us more about, between Mononoke and Eboshi really start to be formed here and defined, and Ashitaki's role as the person who's trying to mediate that rivalry and try to find a way for them to coexist. That's obviously what's happening in the story, but that's literally what's happening in the fight. And Ashitaki is grabbing their arms with knives and twisting them around so they can't actually point them at each other. And so it's entertaining, it's exciting, it's innovative, and it does a lot to advance the story.
Yeah.
It's great action scenes throughout.
And while he's doing this, Ashitaka calls out, as everyone is seeing these sort of ghostly worms emerge from his arm, like, this is what hatred can do to you. One, make you very strong. It is not shy about saying that hatred is powerful, but also it is destroying you. Yeah,
and like he starts to really struggle with that, like in this moment where he's confronted by Gonza, and his arm really wants to just kill Gonza, and so it shows, just like you're saying, that this power of hate is making him strong, but it's also forcing him into really bad decisions. He does not want to kill Eboshi. He needs her as an ally, and she kind of ends up being the golem that helps him to save the Forest King and heal himself at the end of the story. Spoilers for the end, they work it out. I already did the final scene, never mind. Yeah. It's basic storytelling, it's primitive storytelling, but they really do set up that dynamic well, and the arm gets to be its own character. Yeah. It's the demon on his shoulder.
Eboshi and San are now both knocked out. Ashitaka is going to take the unconscious San out of Irontown, where they'll presumably kill her, and take her back to her wolf family. In this, Ashitaka is accidentally shot directly through the torso. He keeps walking, carrying this girl, and then he attempts to open the gate of Irontown after everyone says it takes 10 men to open this gate, and he just pushes it because the power of hatred makes you strong. So he walks out into the wilderness, and then I start to get a little bit fuzzy on what exactly the order of things is. So does he take her back to Moro, and then he collapses, and then the next time we see him is...
He meets the sun wolves. Not the sun. He meets the children wolves, the boys. He meets up with the boys, and they're like, should we eat you? Should we eat your elk? And Mononoke is like, no... Actually, I just don't want to die. Can you just take me back to Moro and maybe she can use her magic powers or something? And I think she does, and she uses her magic powers. Is that what happens?
Well, is that when San takes him to the magic island in the middle of the forest to heal him of his gunshot wound?
I thought that happened after they met up with Moro, but I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of things happen in this movie, and I can't remember all of them. So at some point, San knows of a special magic healing island in the middle of the forest. So she takes him there, swims him across the island, and pulls a branch off of a tree and plants it at his head. And then we wait for the spirit of the forest to emerge. All the sound cuts out. Very interesting. And he's a sort of...
baboon deer?
Multi-antlered deer with a more humanoid face and bird feet.
It's a baboon face.
Baboons are more humanoid than deer.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
He walks up, doesn't say anything. He's not a big talker.
No.
We didn't have to cast a voice actor for Spirit of the Forest.
Does he even make like a groan, or like some sort of great groan of spirit in the ending sequence? Or is he totally silent?
I think he's totally silent.
We'll go totally silent.
So in the shot I'm about to describe, he actually might exhale.
That's maybe what it is.
So he exhales onto this plant, onto this tree branch that San has planted in the grass, and it dies, and the leaves shrivel and fall off onto Ashitaka, who is then... it doesn't heal the necrotic injury in his arm, which might have been nice, but it does heal his gunshot wound, so now he is no longer at risk of dying.
It's kind of implied that the forest spirit doesn't want to heal his arm.
Yeah.
He's like, no, you don't really deserve it, and this might come up later on or something, so no thank you.
Yeah, we'll get to more about that when we hear more about the
One thing we skipped is that we do find out in Irontown that it was Eboshi who shot Nago, the boar at the beginning,
Yes.
which implanted the hatred that created the goo tentacles and made him attack
Yes. So
Kakashi's village.
Nago says that the reason he became a demon was the bullet. He's like, this bullet infected me, and then I became a demon. Hinted at here, but is fully revealed when Akoto also
We haven't even gotten
becomes
to
a demon.
We're getting there.
We haven't even gotten to Akoto. That the bullet makes him hateful towards the humans, and that is what enables him to become a demon. Moro also gets shot with a bullet, but does not become a demon at any point.
She gets it.
She's enlightened. I think then San takes Ashitaka to meet Moro, and Moro's like, I'm not wild about you. And he's like, well, I'm going to take a nap. Is that what happens?
I think, is this where we find out about Jigo and the Emperor?
He did have a little chat with Jigo before he met Princess Mononoke.
Right.
Where Jigo says, apparently the Emperor will give a whole pile of gold to anyone who can help him live forever. And I've heard that
that's right.
The forest spirit's head can let you live forever, so I'm going to go get it.
Yeah, giving a bunch of gold to someone who can let you live forever. If you can live forever...
Shouldn't they just use it?
Yeah, I mean, look for somebody who has lived forever. Mm-hmm. They probably didn't figure out last year.
Yeah.
So, anyway, that's my advice.
Well, the forest spirit can live forever, so that's why.
We'll go talk to the forest spirit then.
Okay, we're going to talk
we're going to talk to this forest
spirit. We're going to talk
we're going to have a little talk.
To him.
Oh, we're going to chat.
He actually can't talk.
That's a great point.
Of basically every other animal, except Yakul, I guess. What's wrong with Yakul? Every animal in this forest can talk.
Yakul can't talk, he just doesn't want to.
Oh, okay.
That's my answer.
I love that.
Yep. It's like, people are not always super nice to Yakul. The wolves are trying to eat him, so I think he just kind of prefers to keep to himself.
I think it's that he's not from that one particular forest. So I think it's just this one particular forest is where the spirits still live. Okay, I'm going to need some help here, because then we get into... We've now introduced all of our characters, and then it gets messy.
Well, I think what happens next is that this is when Akoto shows up. So right here, we find out that they're...
Oh, yes, my favorite line, which I will not be able to get exactly, but Jigo is out looking for the forest spirit, and he also has this plan. He sort of got Lady Eboshi cornered, and he's going to make her... kill the forest spirit so that he doesn't actually have to do something with that sort of miasma.
I think he sort of makes her think that if she kills the forest spirit, then she will not... Because as well as fighting this Lord Asano, she's also fighting with the magic apes who you referenced.
Yeah.
They keep trying to replant the trees in the forest, and then they got cut down the trees and they're fighting with them. So I think he convinces her that if she kills the forest spirit, then the apes will... all will become dumb animals and won't be intelligent enough to resist her.
Yeah, and I think he's also like, and if you don't help me, the Emperor's gonna kill you. So, but Jigo isn't talking to her right now, and he's just trying to find the forest spirit. And so him and some of his assistants see the boar tribe walking through the forest, and... one of his assistants says something to the lines of, that type of boar isn't indigenous to this area of Japan. This doesn't make any sense. And Jigo's like, they're magic boar. And that's when we see Akoto, the leader of the boar tribe, so old that he's turned completely white.
Or he's just albino, and that's his double magic
albino creatures have red eyes, and he has gray eyes.
Okay.
So I was interpreting him as just really old. Maybe he's also albino.
I think he's supposed to be magic albino animal, but I could be wrong about that.
He's a really old boar who has gone blind, but he has a very good nose. So that's how he's getting through life.
He needs someone to clean his eyes.
Yeah, real crusty eyes.
That's a problem.
I didn't need the eyes to be that crusty.
Yeah.
Also, probably would have saved a couple extra minutes. We cut out the eye crust, we cut out the butts, then we can actually animate the wolf jumping.
Pretty detailed eye crust. They didn't skimp. It's not the problem.
So I think they form a plan where they're going to...
Who's they?
Jigo and the other emperor faction.
His henchmen.
Who are very knowledgeable about the local wildlife.
You love the line because it's so nerdy?
Yes.
Okay.
And also, like, magic is happening. Also, like, gorillas aren't indigenous to Japan. Red elk aren't indigenous to Japan.
I think it's kind of implied a little bit that, like, it used to be that all the wildlife in Africa used to be in Japan. Japan used to have all of them. All the animals
All the animals used to live in Japan.
Until we cased them out. But obviously, like, just a few hundred years ago, they were all here. We got them all. We're good.
So Jigo sort of hatches a plan to trick the boars to leading him to the forest spirit. Because the main problem is this is a big forest and it's hard to find one deer guy. Also, I can't remember exactly when we learned this, but we learned that the forest spirit is this sort of deer bird monkey in the daytime. But at night, he turns into like a tall, see-through...
He's a ghost Godzilla.
Guy. Yeah.
A psychedelic Godzilla ghost.
That they call the Nightwalker. So I think there's a bit of like maneuvering as Jigo and Eboshi try to sort of get everything set up for their fight. So he enrages the boars against Irontown and then gets them to run at it, and they are blown up with landmines.
And that's how he convinces them to find the forest spirit, because like Akoto is going to try to get the forest spirit.
So everyone dies except Akoto. All of the boars die except for Akoto. Also, it is implied that several residents of Irontown also die. They are being used as the lure while the Emperor's army stands safely on the cliff. So Akoto is like enraged and is going to the forest spirit to say, can you like resurrect all of my tribe? Jigo and Eboshi, who's going to actually shoot the forest spirit, are on their way. Meanwhile, Ashitaka and San are just like running around everywhere trying to slow this down, stop it.
San is trying to tell Akoto this is not going to work.
Yeah.
She's sort of pulling on his tusk and stuff. But he's transitioning into demon form, and his hatred is too strong.
Yes, well, he is just sort of really focused on resurrecting his tribe. And then it turns out that the Emperor's army had skinned the boars after they blew them up and are inside the boar skins following so that they can find the forest spirit. And he can smell them, and he's like, the forest spirit has resurrected my tribe, let's go. And San's like, nope, honestly, no.
She doesn't do a great job of explaining it.
Yeah.
She could have said, like, no, that's the Empire's army who is wearing their skins, and so you can smell it. Maybe it wouldn't have worked, but, use your words, son. It's almost like you're some sort of wild animal person.
And meanwhile, Irontown is under attack from Lord Asano. Now, I think Lord Asano, a little bit underdeveloped. Here's the scene that I would add to sort of make it make more sense. I would have a scene between Jigo and Asano where Jigo says, hey, we would love to use you to attack Irontown if Lady Eboshi doesn't do what we want. So you're like the stick. Getting rid of the baboons is the carrot. The gorillas is the carrots. But then once Jigo and his men are gone, Lord Asano's like, actually, while I'm here, I just do want to attack Irontown, not even as a threat. Because all of Lady Eboshi's men have left to aid her, and it's just the women and the lepers who are well armed, because she thought ahead. Women and lepers are defending Irontown, everyone else is in the woods. San and Ashitaka and the little wolves, who are still quite big, are making, frankly, all these crazy jumps. So many crazy jumps are made in this film that would absolutely sprain people's ankles, but they're all fine.
That's your critique of Princess Mononoke.
The jumps are too big.
The giant spirit wolves and everything, but not enough sprained ankles. There should be more sprained ankles.
I mean, maybe not Moro, because she's a magic wolf, but like, San is a normal human.
Or
Ashitaka is an... Yes, she is.
Is she?
Don't you remember San's backstory?
No.
Oh, so Moro at one point tells Ashitaka that San's parents were like scavenging in a bad way in the woods. They were like stealing material from her woods. And she was like, hey, you can't do that. I'm going to eat you now. As her parents were running away, they threw the baby back to be like, here, eat our baby. Let us live. And Moro's like, wow, they suck. I'm going to take care of you.
Okay. Did she eat the parents, though?
I think Moro didn't say. But I think Moro stopped chasing them to take care of this baby.
So it worked. The moral of the story is, if
your
you're being chased by a
back.
wolf, you should just throw the baby, honestly. Mm-hmm. If all three be dead. That's now we know.
So Akoto does go full demon, leads the Jigo and the Emperor's men to the forest spirit, which he is hanging out at the magic island in the middle of the lake. And then it gets really technical, sort of what order things are happening in. Ashitaka is trying to get has gone back to Irontown to see if they're okay. They're not okay. So now he's trying to get Lady Eboshi to turn around, abandon her quest for the forest spirit, and go defend Irontown. He shows up and she's like, well, the forest spirit's right there. I'm just going to kill him real quick. She shoots him with a gun. The forest spirit, interestingly, his eyes rotate and move to the side of his head, kind of more like a deer. And the forest spirit, who can normally walk on the water, his feet start to sink below the surface as though he has been disenchanted. But Ashitaka says, hey, be better. And this sort of wakes up the forest spirit. And it keeps walking.
It's kind of, maybe Ashitaka, like, thinks he's dying, but it's more like he's not dying. He's just shedding his corporeal form and emerging as pure night walker, day walker, or something. I guess this is happening totally as we're transitioning from day to night. So Eboshi shoots the spirit as it's turning from our baboon deer into the Godzilla's ghost. And it doesn't even become a proper Godzilla ghost. It just becomes a totally formless, chaotic fluid. Mm-hmm. It kind of reminds me of the ending of Akira, where like he dissolves into this uncontrollable monstrosity. A lot actually reminds me of Akira with like the arm, his evil powers slowly taking over. So I believe there's a connection there. Yeah,
so everyone's gathered at this lake. Moro's there. She's trying to rescue San, who has been like consumed by Akoto. So Moro's trying to get her daughter out of this demon pig where both of them are now being infected. The forest spirit is okay, having been shot once. He then kills Akoto and Moro.
Sort of like generously, he gives them a good death. They're both dying anyway.
Here's how I interpreted it. Akoto has this very interesting line earlier where when he finds out that the forest spirit healed Ashitaka's bullet wound, he's furious that the forest spirit healed Ashitaka but left Nago to his fate.
I thought that was one of the other boars, and Akoto is like, honestly, that's fine. Or maybe I'm wrong.
No, Akoto is mad about it. Akoto has that hatred inside of him.
Oh yeah, Akoto is not mad when he finds out that Ashitaka killed Nago. He was like, honestly, it sounds like it was his fault. He was being mean. But he is mad at the forest spirit.
Yeah. And what we saw with when the forest spirit healed Ashitaka was that the forest spirit can't actually create life. He can only redistribute it. So he has to kill that tree branch in order to rescue Ashitaka. So this isn't in the story, but what I think happened is maybe Nago did go and ask to be rescued, to be healed, but either Nago did not make the appropriate offering, which would enable the forest spirit to take life in order to give it to him, or the forest spirit was like, I don't think you are worth killing something else. Like, he can't just... If the forest spirit could just heal him and make everything better, then maybe he would have. But he can't, and he's like, you are too full of hate to be worth saving.
Yeah, I don't really remember. I thought that both Akoto and Moro say something about, I know I'm going to die and I'm just living in chaos, but I can't end it. And so the forest spirit's like, oh, I guess I'll do it for you.
That may also be true. The impression I had was that he's killing them because he's about to heal Ashitaka and San. So Lady Eboshi she's got a clear shot on the forest spirit. She makes the very important point. It's a god. It's going to take more than one bullet to kill it. It does in fact take 2 bullets.
That's right.
2 bullets is the amount of bullets you need to kill a god. 1, obviously not enough. You shoot a god twice, he's dead.
At the beginning, she's like, the way you kill a god is you have to not be afraid. So I think partially she's like, yeah, you just gotta not be afraid, shoot it. Oh, it didn't work.
Which means she was afraid the first time?
I guess I'll just try again. So I think she's kind of trying to save face. I don't know.
Yeah, so she runs out. Ashitaka doesn't want the forest spirit to be killed, so he throws his katana into the middle of her gun, which still functions somehow.
It's in the base. He only gets into the wooden part. It doesn't affect the mechanism.
Okay. Eboshi is pointing her gun at the forest spirit, who is in mid-transformation into the Nightwalker. He turns and makes the wood in her gun start sprouting leaves.
Really cool.
It does look really cool.
Looks really cool.
You would think it might make the gun not work, but the gun actually still totally works.
Yeah, apparently the forest spirit was like, yeah, go ahead and kill me. I don't care. But I do think I have a cool idea for your gun.
The gun fires, hits the forest spirit in the neck. Now its head is severed.
Yeah. A lot of things being hit in the neck causing the head to just be totally removed from the body.
The neck explodes, head comes off.
Again, also happens in The Green Knight. So, there you go. Well, I guess
did someone get a piercing injury?
In The Green Knight, he in the final sequence, he unravels the belt from his waist and his head just sort of falls off.
That is true. He doesn't take a bullet or arrow to the neck, causing his head to be severed.
No, it's even less connected there. He just unravels his belt and his head is severed.
I mean, I interpreted that as magic. It's hard to interpret arrow through neck as magic.
I mean, I don't think that actually happens. I think that's only a vision. I don't think he...
Well, we'll get to the Green Knight when we get to the Green Knight. Yeah, because we're still in the middle of a very tense sequence that takes about 15 seconds. So, head is off, head is on the ground, Lady Eboshi grabs it, and Jigo et al. Come to put it in their little box. Then Morrow, who is pissed, her head detaches from her body, and she slithers across the ground to bite off Lady Eboshi's arm.
And of course, earlier on in the movie, Lady Eboshi had been like, hey everyone, just so you know, watch out for wolves, because when their head comes off, they can still bite you. And
that is, in fact, literally true.
And she gives us an example of like how you have to be really careful of things. You know, like how when a wolf's head comes off, it can still bite you.
And everyone else is like, as a metaphor.
No, that's not true, though. And she's like, yeah. And then it turned to, well, she'd know.
I did think that was a metaphor, and then I was like, oh, no it's actually fully literal.
I kind of thought the same thing. I was like, okay, I don't get that. Some sort of illusion. Like, no,
maybe it makes sense in Japanese.
Just watch out for those wolves' heads.
Yeah. So now Jigo and his assistants are trying to run out of the forest with the head because the Nightwalker is trying to get it back and is destroying everything in its wake. And everything the goo touches, including like the plants, are dying. And also, way back at the beginning when we saw Nago worming his way across the field, he left a streak of decay in his wake. So whenever the goo touches things, it dies. So everyone's doing really badly. Ashitaka's okay, but Lady Eboshi has lost an arm and San is dying from goo. So Gonza and Ashitaka take San and Eboshi to the island where they will be safe, as has been established in that minute. And Ashitaka gets a chance to say, Irontown is being attacked. You need to take your men back to reinforce the women.
Yeah, Irontown had kind of sent him to tell Eboshi about that at the beginning. And he was like, I will definitely take care of that. Right after a whole bunch of other stuff happens, like a lot of
head stuff that needs to happen first.
Yeah.
I think he does tell her. He says, Eboshi, Irontown is under attack.
Okay, he does tell her at the beginning.
Let me get this shot off real quick.
Yeah. She's like, great. She's sort of under Jigo's spell now.
Being on the island means that Lady Eboshi is like mostly okay, despite having her arm being bitten off. So now San and Ashitaka and San's brothers are going to go try to hunt down Jigo and get him to give the head back because the Nightwalker is destroying everything in its search for the head. It starts to threaten Irontown. It's killing basically the whole forest. We have to do a little fight with Jigo when we finally meet up with him in order to get the head back. And eventually they do get Jigo to realize that he is going to die right now if he doesn't give the head back.
I mean, they mess him up. He maybe was going to be fast enough to escape.
Yeah, they slow him down.
So it's unclear if the Forest King would have continued to expand infinitely, but I don't think so.
Jigo says it's almost sunrise. If we can just keep running until the sun comes up, then it will vanish.
Jigo almost got away with it.
There is no more forest spirit. There's only the Nightwalker. Once the sun rises, there won't even be that.
Right.
It's not clear to me if we are supposed to believe him. I think probably, but he is a liar. So they give the head back. San and Ashitaka together raise the head, even though they're covered in this necrosis. The forest spirit accepts its head again as the sun rises. It looks at the sun and then collapses on top of Irontown as the residents who have run into the lake are like, oh no, our town. But it's actually relatively okay. The only damage Irontown suffered was from Asano and his soldiers attacking. And when the nature god finally falls and replenishes the land, Koroku, who had been so scared of the forest when we first met him, says, I didn't realize the nature spirit made the flowers grow. So we have this sort of reconciliation of the people of Irontown seeing that life is death, man.
is the forest spirit a death spirit? Is that what we should interpret? That he is both a giver of life and a giver of death?
Yeah, I think that's
I guess
really
he gives
explicit.
death to Boro and Akoto. They do make a big deal about that.
Yeah, he kills both of them, and he also kills that plant that San gives in order. He redistributes life. Mm-hmm. He doesn't create or destroy. And in the end, he redistributes his own life energy. We're getting very hippie now.
Well, it's a pretty hippie movie.
It's a pretty hippie movie.
I mean, Miyazaki...
Have you thought about the trees?
Miyazaki is maybe the most prominent Japanese hippie we got. He's a Marxist. He's a pacifist. He's super ecological. I don't think we're reading hippie into this movie. One thing we haven't talked about at all is that, like, there's a romance and they like each other, maybe?
There is not a romance. Occasionally, characters state that Ashitaka and San are in love. Never them.
At one point, for when Ashitaka, when she first rescues her from the duel / prevents her from killing Eboshi.
Yes, he tells her she's beautiful.
He's like, "You're beautiful," and she's like, "Oh my."
That distracts her for long enough to get elbowed in the gut.
And I can't remember everything, but I think we do see them say that they do kind of like each other. I think we do see them say that, but
I don't think they say that.
That's definitely not the focus of what's happening.
It's an underdeveloped romance. I think if you could excise the 4 lines that directly address it and still have a perfectly fine film.
I think it's much better with it because it's part of what keeps the ending interesting, mm-hmm. even though in a way we do have the same sort of Deus Ex Machina that affected Nausicaa. It's mitigated because actually the Forest King does not restore it back to the balance it was before. He's sort of abandoning them. But also, it sort of forces the ending to be have its own maturity, mm-hmm. as these two people who maybe do kind of like each other or fancy each other, sort of realize, we're not a good couple.
We have other projects.
We're busy. There's a lot. This is a bad idea. I mean, it could be fun, but maybe we shouldn't. And they, are able to handle that, and I think in a way that is very interesting, and again, strikes against traditional fantasy roles about mm-hmm. what people have to do and who has to be in love with whom, or they don't have anything to do.
Yeah, well, regarding the state of the forest at the end, Ashitaka says the forest is back, and San says, yes, but it's not his forest, the god's forest, anymore. And Ashitaka says, it is his forest, he is no longer transcendent, he is now immanent. The forest, that's not what he said, but that is what we are meant to understand. He is no longer a guy who walks around the forest. He is now the very grasses and flowers themselves. I think Ashitaka is actually being a little bit too optimistic, because there are a lot of problems with second growth forests. Like, second growth forests are not as healthy as old growth forests, and it takes centuries to rehabilitate the issues with second growth forests. So, for example, when all the trees are the same age, their canopies are all at the same height. So in order for new trees to establish themselves, they have to dedicate a lot of energy to growing straight up really fast. And then they don't have lower branches, which creates habitats for other creatures and is beneficial for vining plants. So I don't think Miyazaki wants us to take that interpretation, but I'm actually there are problems with second growth forests have to be carefully managed in order to have them be as healthy as old growth forests. Again,
I think it's actually a step further where I think Miyazaki is saying that the forest is not going to return, that Eboshi mm-hmm. is going to get what she wants, and this is going to be farmland now, and that is another ecosystem lost.
I disagree, but I also think one of the problems with this movie is that it dedicates about 90 seconds to closure.
Yeah.
It wraps up real fast.
I think this is a 2-hour and 20-minute movie that's mm-hmm. being forced, and that's why, again, I'm surprised to hear that this is... I think they sort of... at one of the initial screenings, Miyazaki apologized to everyone for making the movie so long. He was like, I really tried to cut it down, I just couldn't find anything else. And I was like, I think it's fine. I think it's actually a little too short.
I think we could have cut the gorillas. The gorillas didn't really seem to be adding anything.
They do add a really interesting strategic triangle between them, the boars, and the gorillas, where the gorillas want to rehabilitate the forest, and so in a way they're aligned with the boars, but then they and the boar have the rivalry. And I like the scene where they want to eat Ashitaka, mm-hmm. so I like them.
I just feel like they're so underdeveloped compared to all of the other factions that they feel cuttable.
It means they can be kind of the foreigner. They're kind of be a little bit villainous. I mean, we really understand their perspective, and actually, they're the victims of anything. They're the good guys of anyone in the story. But I kind of like them as the outside edge. No, I think I don't want to really cut much, maybe a moment or two, but I want to just add 5 more minutes and flesh out the ending. Well, I think you're right. I think I sort of have 2 related lines of questioning for analysis. Thanks for doing the summary again. I think all of us are going to benefit by being clear about what did actually happen
And my apologies if I misunderstood something or did it in the wrong order.
Yeah.
You have to do Green Knight.
We'll see how it goes. You said that you feel like the movie is too optimistic, and that's sort of the key question I want to ask is this an optimistic movie or is it a pessimistic movie? Because the real issues that the film sets up, Irontown versus the forest, cute boy and cute girl from very different lifestyles, Ashitaka, can he ever return home and reclaim his old life?
No. I mean, one of the things that surprised me the most is that Ashitaka is like, I'm going to go work in Irontown, and doesn't say, and then I'm going to go home and see my sister again. And at the very beginning, they do say, like, Ashitaka, you are dead to us. You can never come back here. And he cuts his hair. I assume Emishi are not allowed to cut their hair.
That's right. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal.
Yeah, so he cuts his hair and has to leave. So, fuck you, Joseph Campbell. He is not going home. Another fuck you to Joseph Campbell is that he does not refuse the call to action. The call to action comes and he's like, yep, I'm going. So Ashitaka is just the goodest boy.
Though it's something like a happy ending, the people that we really like don't die. Is it an optimistic ending? Is this a happy ending?
Yeah, I would love it if there was just some more ending.
Do you think it's ambiguous intentionally, maybe like the Green Knight?
So, no. I think that we are being directly told that it is a happy ending. Like, Lady Eboshi, has survived. She wants to thank Ashitaka.
What's one arm among friends?
Now the lepers can develop a one-armed gun.
Oh, that's nice.
That's how the pistol was invented.
Or maybe they get like some sort of robo-arm.
Yeah, perfect. And Ashitaka, our goodest boy, tells us that, like, no, the forest spirit is here. The forest spirit is inside you. Forest spirit is everywhere. And the very last shot is a little Komada standing on a...
Is it Komada or Kodama? I've been saying Kodama.
I fucked up.
No
Kodama.
problem.
I don't speak Japanese. A little Kodama on the tree branch, indicating that, like, there is still some enchantment left in the natural world, even though these great spirits of Moro, Okoto, and the forest spirit are all gone. So I feel like we're being directly told that, like, everything is okay now. But if you actually think about the situation, like, is Irontown going to stop being attacked? No.
I'm left with the impression that this is Miyazaki's intention. That we are having a first level optimistic ending, but maybe a deeper pessimistic ending. Mm-hmm. And I think that's matching, he doesn't know how to end these movies. That's, again, his big problem he had in Nausicaa, is that the audience needs a conclusion that's satisfying, but his real point is that these big systemic issues are not being properly addressed. So I actually really like its balance of optimism and pessimism, and I'm willing to give him the benefit of doubt in saying it's exactly what he was going for.
Yeah, for dumb people, it's optimistic, but if you actually think about it, you're like, wait, I don't think this movie just solved environmentalism. I don't think it solved that.
Yeah, I think his point is that humans are not solving environmentalism, and they're probably not going to, and they should feel bad about that. And that's a pretty good point to make in a movie. Okay, I have a paired question about that, which is, who is the hero and who is the villain of this story? Like, Ashitaka is our goodest boy.
Yeah.
But is he actually the good guy? Is he fighting on the side of good? And if so, who is fighting on the side of evil?
So I think, yes, Ashitaka, our goodest boy, is the hero.
Not Mononoke or with Mononoke? Also Mononoke? Because they don't always get along.
Yeah, I think it's kind of neutral on Mononoke.
Okay.
And then I think it initially presents Eboshi as the villain, but then she gets complicated as soon as we actually meet her. And so she is kind of still a villain, but she's not the baddest villain. I think Jigo is the primary villain, and Okoto is also presented in a villainous light.
See, I think Okoto is not a villain. Okay. I think Okoto he gets tricked by Jigo, and definitely that's part of it. He makes some bad decisions. But first of all, he's the one that saves Akatashi's life at the beginning, and the one that kind of helps.
Akoto saves Ashitaka?
Yeah, I don't know if he saves him, but there's a point where the boars come upon Akatashi, I think Ashitaka, before he meets Mononoke even, or San even, where the boars are like, let's kill him in revenge for Nago.
Oh, yes.
And he's like, we gotta see the big picture here, guys. We gotta see the big picture. Honestly, Nago sounds bad. And he also helps to really negotiate the somewhat relatively healthy resolution of things at the end. So I think he's not a villain.
Well, I think Akoto is taken over by the hatred.
That's true.
He does succumb to it, while Ashitaka does not.
Oh, I see.
Like,
So
Akoto is maybe trying to be good, but like the hatred of humans, he allows himself to succumb to that.
But isn't that really Jigo's fault? Isn't it all Jigo's schemes that were so scheming?
I mean, people can trick you, and you still don't have to hate their entire race. He's not like, I'm going to kill Jigo. I want to mess with the people who pulled this trick on me. He's like, I want to kill all humans.
Yeah, he doesn't take that stance when he saves Akatashi.
One more time.
Akitasha.
One more time.
Ashitaka.
There we go.
He doesn't take that stance when he saves Ashitaka, but he gets upset. He's actually mad at the Forest King for being so unjust. Mm-hmm. I know I keep saying Forest King, Forest Spirit, Forest God. I think it's all good.
Big Daddy. Father Nature.
He's mad at him, and even then he's mad about it, but he's like, I'm going to go talk to this guy, and we're going to figure this out.
Yeah. Well, I think he's like, no point in fighting against Forest Daddy. You're going to lose that fight. He can turn into a giant ball of goo and destroy everything.
That's right. And that's without his head.
Yeah, I was confused. The Forest Spirit is normally presented as like sort of neutral and peaceful. But once his head gets taken, he gets surprisingly vengeful. It's
not clear if he is doing it. And I think this is unclear. My interpretation is that without his head, he is headless. He is without control and direction. Okay. And he is, to take the Lord of the Rings analogy, he is like the volcanic force of nature. He is the primordial nature, which doesn't care if life succeeds or not succeeds. It's just energy rushing out into the world.
Yeah, one thing that I think is implied here and is stated explicitly in The Green Knight is that he's the god not just of life or not just of death, but the god of life and death. And also that's kind of because life is death. All those green plants that grow at the very end, those specific ones can only exist because they are growing out of the rot of what he had created when he was angry.
I think that's also a legitimate interpretation. I don't think it's clear. But yeah, I think it is possible that he presents this very serene outlook, but that he really maybe is not so serene or so loving. He's never made any promise to that effect. Mm-hmm.
Well, he is willing to heal Ashitaka, even though Ashitaka is a human and thus is seemingly opposed to the forest.
I guess we should clarify that he does fully heal Ashitaka when his head is restored. When his head is restored, Ashitaka is fully healed and the demon necrosis is gone from his arm. So originally he didn't want to heal Ashitaka. Yeah. Is he doing it now because that's Ashitaka helped to return his head?
One other scene that really confused me is at one point when Ashitaka is walking through the woods, fairly early on, I think this might be when he's taking Koroku back to Irontown, he does see the forest spirit, in the distance, aglow with the sunlight.
I think I missed this, but okay.
Okay, well, he does see him along with some other deer. There's some lovely music. He doesn't see his face. He just sees his silhouette with his weird antlers. And when he looks at him, his arm bubbles. And I was like, is Ashitaka feeling hatred towards the forest spirit? I don't think that makes sense. Is the forest spirit forcing hatred onto Ashitaka?
Maybe the hatred is reacting against the forest spirit. And it's sort of trapped with the feeling of love on both sides and is attempting to resist or something like that. I think it's interesting how great the costumes are in this movie.
Yeah,
very
cool.
An animated movie, so they aren't wearing actual pieces of fabric. But people look great, And it's interesting to see its sort of interpretation of medieval Japan and its different ethnicities. You know, like they don't have there's no evidence for what archaeological evidence or cultural evidence for what pre-Ainu people wore. So they based those clothing off of people who lived in Thailand and Bhutan, people who...
Well, in fact, a lot of the visual imagery for this film came from a Japanese manga called Mudmen, which was like inspired by the tribes of Papua New Guinea. So a lot of this imagery isn't actually Japanese, including San's mask. That's more of a Papuan cultural element than a Japanese one.
Good job, Papuans. You killed it. Yeah, there is no Japanese tradition of medieval ironworking. Mm-hmm. So the ironworking sequences and costumes and that whole community is basically a Chinese concept transplanted into Japan. So I think it's actually very clever and interesting how they managed to bring these diverse cultural and historical periods and still come up with something that was very cohesive and interesting to look at visually. It is, thinking about the multicultural side of it, is interesting also in the English dub, and it's not clear how intentional or unintentional it is, how people of different English accents are all used together. And I think maybe partially this is to represent the different regional accents of Japan, or maybe not, and we're just sort of playing with stereotypes like, the sort of a folkish, I'm just a nice boy monk Jigo guy has like a southern accent, and like the brassy metalworker ladies have very distinct New York northeastern accents, and our nice boy Ashitaka has a perfect, clean mid-Atlantic accent. So it's not clear if this is supposed to...
And Lady Eboshi, as our highest-ranking person, is a Brit.
Yeah. So I don't know if these are supposed to represent different Japanese accents. I kind of think not. And
yeah, I mean, I think they told all of the voice actors to just use their normal voice, but I think they may have been casted because of what their normal voice is.
I think... I wonder if this is a foreign executive being like, well, when I think of a folksy person, I think of a Southern American accent. I watch a lot of American movies. And it's like, yeah, but it is a bit weird when you have the Southern person and the New York person living within hundreds of meters of each other. That doesn't actually typically happen.
Well, Jigo's a wandering monk.
You're right. Maybe he's from somewhere else.
Also, he doesn't look like a Buddhist monk, and I don't think there are Shinto monks. What is he a monk of?
I think he's a Buddhist monk.
Okay.
I don't know. So, of course, he's not a monk in a highly monastic way. He is a court official. He is somebody who is... We might call him maybe like a bishop or something like that.
A cleric.
A cleric, thank you. So he is... he is a politician, and he is someone who is a courtier at the court of the emperor. He is not a primarily religious official.
Well, he's pretty good at like living outdoors.
Yeah, he seems to be
he's not soft.
Very good at seeming like an everyday person when actually he has huge wealth and resources at his disposal. One thing that stood out to me is that when I think of Miyazaki films, I think of people flying. That's supposed to be like
he does love flight.
Hallmark of Miyazaki.
He loves flight and he loves children.
And this film has no flight and really no children.
Yeah, I think everyone's at least a preteen.
I think part of that is just to present a much more grounded story, even though it has such strong fantastical elements. I think there's maybe also something to the idea of like, people normally can fly in Miyazaki films and that either directly gives them or conceptually represents them being liberated from the problems of the world. Like, the world is really hard to live in. Yeah. Not for me, though. Now my problems are fixed and I can fly. And now we get to enjoy that fantasy. Whereas Mononoke, we are consistently reminded that all this crazy fantasy stuff is going on, but it doesn't actually fix the real problem. And so people still remain grounded.
I mean, like I said, people do some pretty unrealistic jumps. So I think he still wanted to get some like little airborne moments.
But even when they do the jumps, they're not like jumping over big things. They're
normally jumping down.
They're exactly right. They are jumping down. They are still very aggressively constrained by gravity and by the physical world. Libby, is this a coming-of-age story?
No.
It's not a coming-of-age story.
I don't think this is a coming-of-age story.
Ashitaka's pretty young.
Ashitaka is already perfect. We're going to talk about We're going to talk about this more when we get to Green Knight, because Well, spoilers for Green Knight. In the book, Gawain is like Ashitaka. He is also the goodest boy. And it's not that every single thing he does is perfect, but whenever he messes up, he pretty immediately recognizes it and reconciles it. If there's one thing that the first 5 minutes of The Green Knight want you to understand, it's that Gawain sucks. He is a total fuckboy who needs to stop living with his mom. Ashitaka, it's really unclear to me how old he is. Like, I would believe he's 15. I would also believe he's 27.
Yeah, it's somewhere in that range.
But yeah, I don't think Ashitaka learns anything. And I also don't think San learns anything. I think San
learns that some humans are okay.
Again, this film needs more of a conclusion. Yeah. But San
says she can be friends with Ashitaka. She just says they can be friends.
Yeah, okay. So San comes of age a little bit, but Ashitaka doesn't come of age. Okay. He's already there.
All right.
So now moving on to The Green Knight. This is a 2001 film, although that was not initially the plan.
I'm so sorry. Did you say 2001?
I'm so bad at saying the 20 in the New Year's.
Too many 20s?
Yeah.
Too many 20s?
My brain, exactly too many 20s.
Yes.
My brain is like, that's a mistake. Mm-hmm. Don't do that. Anyway, this is a 2021 film. It definitely wasn't supposed to be a 2001 film.
I was like, wow, that's very true.
This is a 2001 film. I don't know. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, ignore everything I say about dates in the future. This is a 2021 film, good grief, written and directed by David Lowery, based on the original poem by the Gawain poet. We don't know their name. It stars Dev Patel as Sir Gawain. They do pronounce his name Garwen.
I think it's Gawain.
I definitely am hearing some R's in there somewhere. Anyway, we're going to call him Gawain, and you can't stop us.
Is this why the film is titled The Green Knight? My theory is that David Lowery or someone else talked to some English person who told him it's actually pronounced Gawain, and so he's decided that's the right pronunciation, and he wanted to call the film Gawain and the Green Knight, and they were like, no, we're not going to get into a bunch of Gawain stuff. How about just the Green Knight?
Yeah, I mean, I think shorter titles are typically more compelling, right. So you can either call it Sir Gawain or you can call it the Green Knight.
Sir Gawain.
The Green Knight. Sir Garwin. The Green Knight is more compelling. Gawain, which is pretty similar to whatever they're saying, is the Welsh pronunciation. Gawain is the French pronunciation. So when we're looking at Arthurian legends in the context of like actual history from the 5th or 6th century, then I'm more willing to go with the Welsh pronunciations. But in this context, we are firmly rooted in the French and Anglo-Norman literary tradition of the High Medieval period. So I'm using the French names.
Yeah, what we think about as the King Arthur stories are often actually written and or originally codified by French people or people in France, because there was a lot of people moving back and forth between England and France, especially they kept having all those wars.
But let's get through the cast. So we've covered one person. Then we've also got Alicia Vikander as Essel and the Lady, Joel Edgerton as the Lord, Sarita Chowdhury, who is listed as Mother, although I think we all understand that she is Morgan Le Fay in this context. Interestingly, on IMDb, they use the terms Mother, King, Queen, Magician. On Wikipedia, these characters are listed as Morgan Le Fay, Arthur, Guinevere, and Merlin.
I mean, I think what we're seeing is that IMDb is at least nominally controlled by the producers of the film, and Wikipedia is not. So the producers never said it was Morgan Le Fay. They never said it was King Arthur. They never said it was Guinevere. I mean, if you want to say that, you know, because you're so basic and like they just want to do the main famous characters, you can say that. But they never said that.
Yeah. So we are going to call them that.
Oh, okay.
If you want to call them the King and Queen, that's fine. I'm calling them Arthur and Guinevere.
I think it's... I'm going to do a bit of both. I think it's a bit funny.
Also, I think it's much easier to say Morgan than Gawain's mother every time.
Morgan is... You kind of got to go with Morgan because it's awkward.
Anyway, she's played by Sarita Chowdhury. Sean Harris as the King. Barry Keoghan as Scavenger. And Rafe Ineson as the Green Knight. And I gotta say, I am extremely pleased with how well this pairing worked out. I put these films together based on the trailer for The Green Knight and my decades-old memories of Princess Mononoke. My decade-old memories of Princess Mononoke. And they actually had a surprising number of things in common, including the situation with the samurai in Princess Mononoke, illustrating the need for the Arthurian romances in Europe, because knights in medieval Europe were really similar to the samurai as they are portrayed in Princess Mononoke. So
people with power and swords don't tend to be real nice about it.
They are actually surprisingly not real nice about it. And people might think knights, modern people, might think knights are, nice, noble heroes because of the Arthurian romances starting in, like, the 12th century. But the romances were actually there to correct the huge societal problem of men who had enough money to buy a sword and a horse and had a lot of free time on their hands, who would just go around beating people up or stabbing them in order to take their stuff. And there are some reports of knights who were just sadists, just really enjoyed hurting people. So this was a huge problem as we were turning into the high medieval period. And so writers, composers of poetry, they attempted to tackle this problem by writing stories about knightly virtues and saying, like, this is what a knight should do, and pushing that really hard. And they got patronage from royals. So the historical texts about King Arthur normally focus on King Arthur. So the ones that are approaching it as history, not as storytelling, they're pretty much all focused on the king. We barely ever hear about these knights in this round table business. All the stories about the knights, Yvain, Lancelot, Gawain, are 12th through 15th century stories meant to instill virtues in the upper middle class.
Yeah, I mean, they had a very hierarchical, feudal, messed up society, and they didn't have any hope accurately of transitioning it into a liberal, democratic, equal society. That wasn't going to happen. So the one thing they could do was at least try to create a culture where being nice to people when you were rich and powerful was kind of cool, like a cool thing to do. So that's what all the cool kids did in the stories. Yeah, I think, this is definitely a movie that bills itself as a revisionist fantasy that is trying to present a more grounded, in the world of magic and swords and sorcery version, and maybe more honest. I think it does kind of stand out that King Arthur and the Knights are overall still presented in this very pure form. Unlike, say, Mononoke, this is not taking on the traditional virtues of knighthood or trying to dispel that image. In a way, I would say this movie is part of the same tradition that the stories originally came from. This movie is created by artists living in a society that they don't feel like they're going to be able to shift its overall direction, that they feel like they're in a lost society, and they're trying to at least have a lost society with some focus on virtuous ideals. So I think people find themselves maybe now feeling similar to the way those poets felt. I know we're going to talk maybe a little bit more about the story.
Yeah.
It's worth noting that David Lowery was very directly inspired to make this film on an earlier film from the 1980s, the John Boorman King Arthur story, Excalibur, which I'm a huge fan of. And he said that was kind of the primary inspiration for the film. And Excalibur really does go into that realm of revisionist fantasy. And it's all about
That's the one with Helen Mirren and high magic. Okay.
That's right. It's all about how the Knights of King Arthur and his dad and everybody were really, really bad. And so I think this is sort of trying to take a more grounded feeling, but without the dark and sometimes hard to empathize with characters.
The plot of this film is pretty different than the original book. Most of the scenes that happen are not in the book. You get the opening Christmas game scene, and then it's like a year later, Gawain went in search of the Green Chapel. He was out there for a couple days. It was kind of cold and nasty, but then he found the castle of the Lord and the Lady. Yeah,
the whole thing with the robbers and his journey to get there is not part of the story.
Yeah.
When was the story written? Maybe you said that already, but what?
We don't have a firm date. It's dated to the late 14th century.
Okay. So about the time that this movie is set, based on the...
This movie is actually really deliberately doing a medieval fusion sort of thing. Arthur's castle is kind of gothic in like an 11th or 12th century way. The Lord and Lady's castle is much later. And the magic that Morgan and the other three women are doing at the beginning is using both Ogham, which is an Irish writing system, so wrong continent, or wrong island, and runes, which are the Futhark, too late for the historical King Arthur, or too early for the Arthurian romances.
I think it's the stuff that's written on some of the armor that we see in the court scene is written in Sabaic, which is like a 10th century Arabian language. So I think the film, like you're saying, is making a point of, I am not tied down to any particular place and culture. I don't want your letters.
Yeah, and one more thing for the armor enthusiasts. The Green Knight is wearing a late medieval plate mail, whereas Gawain wears a high medieval chain mail.
Is the Green Knight's plate mail, is he wearing plate mail or is he growing plate mail?
I mean, it looks like metal to me.
It looks like metal, okay.
So the plot is meaningfully shorter. I mean, it takes only 2 hours to read the poem out loud. Gawain, as I hinted at in the Mononoke section, Gawain is a very different character in the original poem than he is in this film. In this original film, there's a lot of problems with Gawain. He needs to improve himself. He's not a knight yet. And even though he's like 30, he hasn't earned knighthood, and it's not totally clear what that means. The Gawain in the poem is honestly, his age is never stated, but I would have read him as like 19. He is already a knight. He doesn't get sort of bullied into or like pressured into facing the Green Knight on Christmas Day because he feels insufficient. He does it because everyone can see that this situation is kind of weird. And Arthur initially offers to fight the Green Knight. Arthur appears to be in his prime in the poem, not the sick old man that we see in the film. And Gawain says, "This seems kind of weird. We shouldn't have the king do this. I will do it instead." And at the end, there is more of a conclusion, and it is revealed that this whole situation was a plot put in place by Morgan, who in this story is not Gawain's mother, but she is Arthur's stepsister, and she was trying to scare Guinevere to death. That was the whole point of this situation. So there's a lot of different stuff going on.
Yeah, it's also revealed that the Green Knight and the Lord are the same person.
Yes, that's explicit in the text. And I did think it was interesting that they did a double casting for Alicia Vikander and didn't double cast Joel Edgerton. Like, he would have been wearing the full suit anyway. It could have been in there. It could have been him in there and you wouldn't have known. And I mean, this just seems too blatant to be an accident. Joel Edgerton and Barry Keoghan look shockingly similar for two people who are not related. And Barry Keoghan, the scavenger, takes Gawain's green belt, and it is the lady, the wife of Joel Edgerton's character, who returns the belt to him later, implying that the scavenger and the Lord are the same person.
Yeah, Joel Edgerton looks a lot like the Green Knight in the suit. So I think maybe they want a more casual person who doesn't read the IMDb to think that they are the same person. Yeah. Or I think they want to confuse us there. But again, I think they don't cast us because that would be too clear, not ambiguous enough. It has to be uncertain if they're really the same person or not, because we wouldn't want the story to be easy to interpret.
Yeah, and it is true that Ralph Ineson is very tall, and so I don't know if they were just like, who's the tallest actor we can get?
I mean, they're definitely lifting him up a lot. He's not that tall. Mm-hmm. I noticed you didn't list Alicia Vikander as the narrator in the opening flame crown sequence.
Oh, well, IMDb doesn't list her as that, okay. So.
Well, in the book, all the trials that he faced were all one person, and it was all a bit of a trick using magic. That is maybe how we could interpret this movie, but maybe not.
Yeah, and there are many elements of the book that are, like, very clear. The book is not trying to be ambiguous.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is for the middle part, but then it quickly resolves it.
Yeah, it's a mystery, and then they really clearly explain what was going on. And they seem to be, like, I don't know, hedging their bets on things a lot more in the film. Like, one thing that's really clear, that the point of the book is that Gawain gets this green girdle from the lady.
Not from his mom.
Not from his mom. In addition to the kiss. And he and the Lord had, for the 2 previous days, arranged to exchange their winnings.
Yeah, the game is a big focus of the story. It's kind of a little bit in the background in the movie, but in the book, it's like the central.
It's a meaningful section of the plot, yeah. So Gawain is getting these kisses every day, and he goes and kisses the Lord, and the Lord's like, wow, you did way better than me. Kisses better than deer. Where did you come by this kiss? And Gawain's like, it was not part of the deal.
Never said that.
And so when he finally...
I mean, there's no one else there. It's
No, another difference is that the Lord and Lady's castle is way less populated. It's very much populated in the book. There's other.
Interesting.
There's servants and.
I think in the stories
around.
I've read, there was never anyone else mentioned. So
Yeah.
I was always like, where do you think he's getting the kisses, mate?
Like, Gawain is assigned a squire. There's also an old lady in the castle, and we get a lot of comparison between hot young lady and wrinkly older lady. And Gawain's like, I like the young lady better. I don't know. And this old lady is, in fact, Morgan.
So, thank you very much. Do you know anything about... Thanks for sharing a little bit about the production of the original story. Do you know anything about the reception of the original story? Did it win any awards? Or its IMDb rating or whatever we got? Goodreads score?
Yeah, it won the Pulitzer
nice.
In 1376. No. So it probably wasn't huge. I mean, so few things were written down.
Yeah.
Like, you had to write the whole story out by hand. That takes some time. Yeah. And frankly, you should probably be writing the Bible if you're spending so much time
Do
writing
we think
things.
it was written on commission? A lot of times books were written because of one rich person wanted to have one book for themselves.
Yeah, so that's really clear that was happening in Chrétien de Troyes' work, who is the sort of original Arthurian author. You can tell because in Lancelot or the Knight of the Cart, he starts with a paragraph saying, please let it be known that I didn't want to write this. I'm writing this on commission. And then about 90% of the way through, we're in the middle of this story, and then the text says, hey, I'm not Chrétien. I'm a different guy. Chrétien said that he didn't want to finish the story because he was commissioned to write a story about adultery, and he doesn't like that. So I'm just gonna finish it. I'm gonna finish it, and it's gonna be fine. Okay. So anyway, then Lancelot.
A bit of a Princess Mononoke moment when your senior artists are leaving the project as you're trying to finish it up.
Yeah, well, I think it just tells you that, like, fan fiction is centuries old because his patroness said, like, I want a sexy story about Lancelot.
Maybe, like, how it's okay for me to, like, have sex with Lancelot? Maybe it'd be kind of fun, honestly.
I think Lancelot didn't exist yet. I think Chrétien had to make him up whole cloth.
I see.
Or maybe he made him up from just a name.
Yeah.
But he was told, like, I want to write a story where, like, one of the knights gets to have sex with Guinevere. Cheaty
I'm a queen.
times.
Can we have a story about the queen having sex with a hot guy?
Instead of her husband?
You got any of those stories?
Yes, please. And something that you mentioned earlier, but is really helpful for thinking about this time period, the High Middle Ages, is that modern people normally think of France and England as being very different things. That will not serve you here. France and England are largely the same place. They're all governed by people of, like, the French culture. Up until the 15th century, a lot of French land was controlled by the English king. Every king of England until 1399 spoke French as their native language and had to learn English as a second language. So even though all of these stories are by French people, they are part of the English cultural heritage.
England was part of France.
The Anglo-Norman cultural heritage.
Well, that's the book. So, and is the book titled Gawain and the Green Knight?
Sir Gawain and the Green Knight.
Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. Excellent. Or Garwin.
It's got an I in there.
So, The Green Knight, the film, the concept came from David Lowery himself. This is a David Lowery project. David Lowery wrote, directed, and edited, and we're going to get into it. Mm-hmm. Boy, did he edit this project. So this is his concept, his vision.
And that seems to be something that A24 is doing. They are championing auteurs. Am I reading that correctly?
That is something that they are doing, but they don't like it. Because the auteur movie, people give A24 a lot of credit for making auteur movies. I like auteur movies. I think it's great. They're not too pumped about it. Those movies don't actually make very much money. This movie didn't make very much money. It was filmed on a $15 million budget. and its total gross was $18 million.
That's $3 million.
It made $3 million in profit. That's a 26% return on investment.
I'd love to have $3 million.
They had to divide it up over a lot of people, but your point is fair.
That's the profit, though.
They had to divide up the profit over a lot of people, but it's still fair. That $3 million did not get deposited directly into A24's bank account. 26% return on investment. That is the lowest return on investment of any film we've done on this podcast that wasn't a failure, that didn't lose money. Yeah. So they basically did not make any money on this movie. And a lot of their movies that people really celebrate and are so excited about are the movies that they don't make money from. So just for the record, A24 would like people to stop thinking them as the cool auteur director production company, and they want to people to think of them as the big budget, big money production company, and they're kind of stuck here. So yes, you're right, but they don't like it. He was, as we talked about, very much inspired by the John Boorman film Excalibur, a movie which I love. Also much, much darker than this. This is the kids' version of Excalibur. He's also inspired by forget the year, but the 90s film Willow with Val Kilmer and I can't remember the actual...
Warwick Davis,
thank you. The actual star of the film. But that's even more of a kids movie. Yeah. So this is darker than that. So this is kind of in between Excalibur and Willow.
It arguably contains a sexual assault, so I wouldn't categorize it as a kids movie.
Willow is not a kids movie.
No, The Green Knight.
Okay, well, let's get that over with in the beginning. We're saying we got to go through our checklist. This is not a kids movie. And I think
there's semen on screen.
I think you're right. I think it's pretty clear we took the steps to establish that in this film. But, so yes, in between Excalibur, which is definitely not a kids movie and contains multiple sexual assaults, and Willow, which is a kids movie and contains none. So it just goes to show that there's a full range of films. There's a direct reference to Willow in the crossroads scene where there's like the hanging skeleton.
Yes. To me, that's a reference to The Gibbet. To me, that's a reference to Daphne du Maurier's My Cousin Rachel.
There's a gibbet in My Cousin Rachel?
Yeah, the very first paragraph.
I don't remember that from the movie.
I don't remember if it was in the movie, but
I don't think it's in the movie.
In the book, he says, they used to hang men at some crossroads. My cousin took me to look at it once, and I was like, there is a dead man.
I presume they were hanging them by the neck, not in a gibbet.
I can't remember.
I really, now I remember what you're talking about. I don't think that person was in a gibbet, but maybe.
Execution at a crossroads.
Got it. Well, so yeah, there's the gibbet. That's where we beat Val Kilmer in Willow, and then a part of the reason he wanted to make David Lowery wanted to make The Green Knight is he was making a Willow diorama as big film director energy. This is a good way to practice your film director skills. And he was like, I should make a whole movie like this. This is fun. Probably a diorama of the gibbet scene. I think it would be great in a diorama with the little hanging thing. So pretty sure it was the gibbet. It was his decision to really bring Morgan or Gawain's mom more into the story, and he said that was motivated by his own relationship with his mother, where he didn't live a very independent life from his mother and kind of realized that he needed to grow up and wanted to make a story about that, and this was an ongoing issue in his life.
Auteur.
Yeah. I think that remind me of the actress. She's a pretty well-known actress.
Sarita Choudhury.
She's been in a lot of good stuff. I think she did a good job with the character. I did kind of feel like Morgan's inclusion was a bit forced at times. I remember thinking, a third of the way through the movie that maybe we should just cut this mother character. We don't really need them to advance the story, and they seem to be they're kind of ham-fisted in. And I think that maybe is what happened a little bit. I think he really wanted to include that in the story, even though once we're past the opening, it doesn't really seem to have much of an effect.
Yeah, I thought her inclusion made the story much less mysterious and magical, even though she literally does magic, because in the first sequence, couple of scenes, we established that she is disappointed in her son. She thinks he needs to stop whoring around all the time. So she pretty clearly summons the Green Knight. She issues the directive, she writes the letter that Guinevere reads, to get her son to shape up. And
interesting strategy.
I feel like I am totally fine with not having an explanation for why the Green Knight shows up, which we don't get in the book. I mean, actually, we do. This is more like the book because it was all Morgan's plan. But not because she's trying to get her son to shape up, because she's trying to murder Guinevere, because I'm not sure why.
Yeah, also trying to murder her, so often happens in medieval stories, just by scaring her a lot. Hopefully that'll do it. Maybe if I do something really scary, they'll just die?
Die?
Big medieval energy. I guess people probably died of being really scared more often. They weren't particularly
You were way
healthy.
more likely to just have a heart attack.
Yeah. Of course, a lot of the actors in this, because a lot of them are British, have played in other King Arthur stories before, because there's only so many Brits to go around. Probably the most prominent case is that Joel Edgerton played Gawain in the infamous Keira Knightley King Arthur from 2004 with the fur bikinis and all the other things that made that a terrible movie.
And they're from Asia Minor. Yes.
Yeah. So
bringing that up actually reminds me of a question I had. So when you first were introduced to the concept of King Arthur and the Round Table,
okay,
how did you picture the Round Table? Did you picture it as like a fully filled in circle, or did you picture it as it is in this film and in that Clive Owen film as just the rim of the circle?
I definitely pictured it as a fully round table.
Okay, yeah, me too. Also, at least one other person shares our opinion of this, and that is King Henry VII, who was a big King Arthur fanboy and commissioned a round table for himself, which you can see in some old British house. And it is a fully filled-in round table. But there's all these modern film things which are probably, so it can be easier to stick a camera in there, where the round table is the rim of a circle and not a round table.
I completely agree with your point. I think in the original story, the way the authors intended it and the way people have interpreted it for centuries, it was a fully round table. And for what it's worth, when my brother and I used to listen to King Arthur stories on books on tape late at night, we would laugh about this and be like, yeah, how would you get to the middle of the table? You couldn't even get, if hopefully no food rolls over into the middle, you wouldn't even be able to reach it.
You can climb on top of the table.
Ha ha ha. And so I do think that...
I think it'd be lovely to put like a musician in there. Just like have him stand up, walk to the middle of the table, play the harp or whatever.
I mean, the people are going to be banging on the table underneath his feet. So
no, these are very good boys. They're very virtuous knights. Look, the historical King Arthur did not have a round table. This is
sure.
This
I mean,
is
I think in the traditional King Arthur story, at least again in the versions that I've read, they weren't good boys until King Arthur came up and then taught them to be good boys. Table. But I think he brought in the table because the knights were all fighting with each other and fighting about who gets to sit next to King Arthur and who has to sit at the foot of the table. So the table was part of the instructive process. So we can't bring in the loot guy until we've had a few rounds with the table and taught everybody to table manners.
Yeah, I'm not saying day one stick the guy with the harp in the middle of the table, but...
Yeah, and I totally agree with you that later people, especially people who have to stage it on screen or on stage, have been like, but that's really impractical. What if something rolls to the middle of the table? How will no one be able to get to it? What, the ludus is going to stand on the top?
The camera?
And so they've just changed it to something which is much more modern, a certain Scandi elegance.
Yes, the minimalist round table.
But that's not actually what the book is about. Yeah. And I think it actually is a disservice, because to the audience, it just looks like a table. Whatever. It looks kind of like there's 3 tables arranged in a U shape, maybe. And the sense of the adventurous sense of the round table is lost. And I agree.
And especially in this film, which is just about circles all the time.
Yeah. Well, to think a little bit about the photographic process and the set design process, when we did our episode about the Tales of Hoffman, you said that there were 3 things that you really think, no, they never, to be slightly hyperbolic about, that they don't do in movies anymore, and why can't we go back to the old movies, and no one ever makes movies.
I didn't say no one ever.
Okay, all right. With highly saturated color, fully practical effects, and blocked shots that show off the set. So you must have loved this movie, because this movie is all about those 3 things.
I don't think you can look at this film and look at Tales of Hoffman and tell me that the colors in this are equally saturated. That's ridiculous.
That's true.
I think your eye has been trained by modern films to be like, wow, kind of a mustard yellow, so saturated. Whereas when you look at Tales of Hoffman, you're like, this purple is honestly injurious to my eyesight.
I think it's not as saturated as Tales of Hoffman. That's true. But saturated color is a key part of the film's visual language. And there's a lot of discussion about color in the script and in the plot of the story. So it's definitely trying to bring it at the forefront.
Yeah, I think the moment in the lake when he's trying to get Winifred's head and it goes to red, that I would say is saturated color. I think that's the only instance of saturated color in the film. Everything else is less saturated than is typical. And especially for like a grittier film like this, like I think this has the appropriate saturation for a grittier film, and then anything less gritty needs to be more saturated. But I don't think you can compare this to Tales of Hoffman at all.
Well, to talk about the practical effects, so for example, in maybe one of the main effect scenes, the scene at the round table with the Green Knight, this is absolutely no digital effects were used in the production of that scene whatsoever. So the background...
They really did kill Ray Fiennes.
Ray Fiennes really can detach his head and put it back on. That's why they cast him. They were like, is there Ray Fiennes? He was so good at... Oh, wow.
That's why Joel Edgerton wasn't allowed to play.
That's right. That's right.
Look, Joel, you can't do the double role because you can't retouch your head.
The background and the round table scene, those are all hand-painted matte paintings to extend the set in the traditional style. The Green Knight's suit is all real suit. They really did stick him up on a table and use clever camera angles to make him seem big and stuff like that. So if you want your practical effects, we got your practical effects.
They also, when Gawain's just sort of walking around the moors, there are a lot of... you don't have to pay a lot of attention to see all the little smoke machine boxes that are hiding. There's a weird amount of smoke for the British moors.
There are digital effects in the film, but there are lots and lots of practical effects. For example, there's when the letter... is that in the round table scene? When the letter sort of bursts into flame midair?
Yeah, the cross-cut. Morgan makes it catch on fire, and then it appears in the Green Knight's hand.
So that's fishing line and gunpowder. They hung it on a fishing line and coated it in some gunpowder and popped. So
probably way cheaper to do that than to do it in post.
Maybe. You know, it depends on how much the fire marshal costs.
They actually set Dev Patel's head on fire in the first scene.
I don't even think
that's actually very similar to the end of Tales of Hoffman, where we get the fire superimposed. I think that's in Tales of Hoffman. It's double exposure. I'm not sure how they're doing it here.
Well, whose head catches on fire in Hoffman?
Not the head, but Antonia's in a field of flame. She dies.
The crown that we see in the opening narration, and that kind of is. And at the end, in the closing shot, post-credit shot, the crown is based on South American designs, more cultural fusion that we see happening in these films. And a lot of the costumes are actually coming from Incan and other South American cultures. About the character of Morgan and its insertion into the story... the original screenplay that the studio approved did not at all feature Morgan casting a spell to summon the Green Knight, the element that you mentioned earlier. That is actually not part of the story. And originally, the script had a much more explicit and definitive ending. We don't know what that is, but it originally had a much less ambiguous ending. And this film was supposed to debut...
Did they film that ending, or was it cut before?
I have heard conflicting accounts of this. I've heard that they did film it, but I've also heard that if you ask, say, Dev Patel and David Lowery, they have different interpretations of what the real ending of the movie is.
Okay.
So I don't know how to fit those facts together. And, I hang around in the rumor mill a little bit. So I can't vouch for all of those statements 100%. But what I do know is that originally it did have a definitive ending, and then they decided not to go with that. So... This, I also should mention that all of the music in the film, or almost all of the music in the film, is played with real, shall we say, 15th century and earlier period instruments. Fun. David Lowery did a lot of work to try to figure out how could he have real medieval music, both in the instrumentation and the style, that he could incorporate into the movie. There is some synthesizer and other stuff in there. It's not all 100% medieval
I think the synth is doing more what we might call sound effects, not music.
Well, there are also a lot of cases where they would record sounds with period instruments and then load them into a synthesizer and then use them to create music that would be very impractical to play on a medieval instrument using the timbre and the real recordings of the original sounds.
Yeah, I appreciate the use of the period instruments, but I gotta say, to the best of my knowledge, no shawms, you're a coward.
No shawms?
Shawms?
I don't know what this is. I don't know what's going on.
SHAWM.
Okay, we're going to this first YouTube video. Here we go. Congratulations, Peabody Institute of the Johns Hopkins University. We went to the people who would know about this. It looks like a bugle. It's got...
This is a pretty not annoying one.
Yeah, well, I think we went to the number one shawms guy in the whole world, basically.
It's being played pretty quietly, also.
It looks like a bugle, kind of like the bugles that they see when they announce the king, like those, but it has little holes in it, like a recorder or something. So it's a recorder bugle.
It's like a recorder vuvuzela.
Yeah. This guy's playing it really well, honestly. This guy is clearly the number one shawms guy, so good job.
Don't tell me you're doing real medieval music unless it's honestly 30% or more shawms.
Well, the main musical sounds come from a quartet of recorders, which was the prominent instrument in, say, the 15th century, which is where the music is based on because it sounds a bit like modern music.
A little bit later.
Yes. So they're recorders. You can interpret that however you want. This decision to use historical music was inspired by another film, which clearly has a big influence on this one, which is David Eggers, The Witch. Is that his name? David Eggers? Is it another David? Robert Eggers.
Robert Eggers.
David Lowery. Robert Eggers, The Witch, or The Vavitch, whatever you want to call it, which also uses the nickel harpa, which is another instrument. I don't know what it is, but that's used here extensively. Yes. And then he hired a choir and a cello and stuff, but he really did try to bring in real historical music.
Also, I don't know if this is important, but I did notice that the parents from The Vavitch, Kate Dickie and Rafe Ineson, are in this film.
Yeah, well...
A24 has a secure stable, except Anya. Anya's moved on to bigger and better things, apparently.
Yes, I don't think they made The Northman. I think it has to be said that this film is, I would say, close to Taxi Driver as the second, or maybe, it's the second film that we've done, which is most intentionally and heavily leaning into referencing other films.
Yeah.
And I don't say that it's all in a bad way. I think it's great when films have a highly literary approach. And I mean, this movie is an adaptation of a book, which is a reference to a whole body of work and pulls from them, so it's very much in keeping with it. So we see a lot of Excalibur in this. I think that's the number one I see in this movie. The way the cinematography and the visual storytelling is done in Excalibur. We see a lot of Willow with the sort of tone and the mix of playfulness and some dark themes, and we see a lot of the Vavitch in the production values and in some of the casting. And I think we have to say there is so much Yorgos Lanthimos in this movie. I mean, it's not subtle. We have Barry Keoghan from those various Yorgos Lanthimos movies. He's the kid in The Killing of a Sacred Deer. He has the chapter titles from The Favorite. Or not the chapter title, but chapter titles,
similar
favorite
to the
style, with the somewhat similar ideas about their layout and typography and what role they play in the story. So yeah, I'm not going to sit through and list all the Yorgos Lanthimos references in here, but there are a lot, actually, quite a lot. And I think enough that we'll say it's an intentional homage to those works, which inspire it, obviously, in tone and surrealism.
Or maybe Yorgos has just revolutionized the film industry, and this is the new normal. Please, God be the new normal.
So this film was supposed to come out in 2020. It was supposed to be released at the South by Southwest Festival, and it didn't, basically because of COVID.
Yeah.
They canceled the festival. This is a big deal in the history of this movie. So David Lowery, again, wrote, directed, produced, and edited this movie. And he spent a lot of time editing this movie. He says that he was really unhappy approaching South by Southwest and felt like it was basically not done and he was going to have to release it and it was just going to be what it had to be. So he was very, very happy that South by Southwest got canceled, and he basically spent the next 6 months spending all day, every day, editing this movie, including apparently a lot of time editing in the scene of Morgan summoning the Green Knight.
Which was maybe not.
Maybe could have saved yourself some time, because it is very impressively edited, I'll say that. The way that...
I like looking at it,
Yes.
but I don't think it is adding anything to the story.
It does look great. I'm not sure we needed mom issues addressed so heavily in this particular movie, but I think David Lowery did.
So, congratulations, novel coronavirus. You did it.
Yeah, he said that he started editing that sequence 6 months before South by Southwest, couldn't figure out how to get it in, and then had 6 months more to figure out how to edit it back in. I mean, I will say, there's a lot of great editing in this film. And, you know, considering the story behind it, I'm a bit surprised. This movie did not get any Oscars attention at all. And I'm surprised that it didn't even get a sort of courtesy editing nod, because there's great editing, there's great visual storytelling. We're going to get into it, but we have our sort of closing montage, which is all great editing and great visual storytelling, is the highlight of the film and one of the great scenes that's out there.
And it's totally nonverbal, so you can't lean on text for anything.
And there's so many quick flashes, there's so many intercut moments, there's great use of pacing in shots, and there's great alignment between dialogue, action in different scenes, moments to pause and appreciate the music and the scenery that are then commented on and twisted and made dark in the next sequence, all through the editing. So David's work really, really does show.
And of course, color grading, a huge thing for a film called The Green Knight. I don't know if he was also doing color grading.
I believe so. I don't know exactly what his details, but...
is anyone else given an editing credit, or is it all him?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, he's in there. He's in the studio.
So this guy was in the studio. We gotta give him credit for that. I just want to make it clear. He put in the work.
He was clickety-clacking around.
Yes. He even put in 6 months more work of work, time of work than he thought he had. And he just sat there and clicked and clacked, as you said. So maybe that's where the definitive ending is lost. Maybe... The South by Southwest version had the more definitive ending, and it was removed. You know, maybe we could have known, but now we'll never know. The movie was filmed in Ireland. It was a 80-day shoot from March to May of 2019. But then it was another about 800 days before it was released. So a total of about 900 days in production, including the 6-month break. Still more than 100...
6-month additional... The 6-month bonus.
That's right. That's with the 6-month bonus. Even that time is still about 90 days less than Princess Mononoke. So that just shows how tough of a time those Princess Mononoke kids were having.
I mean, they did have to draw every single image by hand, or almost every single image by hand.
Well, not for 15 minutes of the movie, but that's a separate discussion. I think it's fine to use digital animation and whatever tools help you get the job done. Maybe you should have started that earlier in the process. But anyway, we covered that in Mononoke. When the film was released, it was not considered a success. And I think people were disappointed, considering that it had star power with Dev and Alicia, and that it had a pretty substantial marketing campaign to push it. And like we said, $18 million over a $15 million budget. It has an 89% on Rotten Tomatoes. Nothing shameful there. But some of those positive reviews are a little bit lukewarm. I think people maybe found it a bit confusing and a bit weird and maybe not even that entertaining.
I agree that it's not that entertaining.
It has a 6.6 on IMDb.
That's really quite low. I don't think that's the lowest we've ever encountered.
No. We have, don't forget,
bottom 5.
Scenes of a Sexual Nature and Portrait of a Lady are two actual quote-unquote bad movies, which are both below it. And even... Marie Antoinette is below that at 6.5. I think we unleashed some rage in that episode because that's a ridiculous number. But it is bottom 5, yes. Yeah. So I think we would say that it was not well received by audiences. And the popcorn meters kind of bear that out as well.
Yeah, I think I saw popcorn meter is like 50% or lower.
There's a lot of different popcorn meters, so I'm not going to... There's a reason we don't include them here. Meter, But if you go out there, check the forums. Wasn't a movie that people seem to have a great time watching. I think that's accurate. Well, I think this is another movie, like you said about Mononoke, that's very dense, where a lot of things happened, and as you said, it's even more episodic. It's not clear that all of the things that happened fit together into one particularly cohesive story of events. It's also not clear that they don't. For example, one thing we have to keep in mind when watching this movie, or that helps, when, in my opinion, to keep in mind when watching the movie, is in the original story, I don't want to say, you know what, let's get it over with. Okay. Let's just get it over with. Libby, who's the hero and who's the villain of this story? Is there a hero? Do we have a protagonist? Is the Green Knight the villain? Is Morgan the villain?
Gawain is the protagonist, and also this is a coming-of-age
story. This is a coming-of-age story. I have heard it describing as a coming-of-age story. I'm going to just see if I can push back a little bit here or get your thoughts. Isn't he like 35? There's got to be an age limit on a coming-of-age story.
I think, is actually 30 when they're filming this. He has an older countenance.
I would not have guessed that. He looks great, but I had no idea. Oh, interesting.
I believe Dev Patel is 35 now.
Interesting.
Which would make him 30.
All right, a fair point. I'll recalibrate still. 30, bit old for the coming of age story.
Yeah,
there's got to be a limit on this.
And the first scene is addressing that, like, it's kind of embarrassing that he's 30 and still not an adult. His girlfriend pushes him over and he's just sort of lying on the ground. His
girlfriend / the escort, his call girl.
Yeah.
That's who I think, I'm not saying you're wrong. Well, he seems to think that she's his girlfriend, kinda.
But also he can just ignore her.
He can just ignore her and he's basically an escort.
Yeah.
So
you can ignore your girlfriend.
Yeah.
He's lying on the ground and she says, "Are you a knight yet?" He's like, "I'm not ready yet."
So,
and then he goes home and his mom's like, "Put him on fucking clean clothes."
Doesn't that make this a man-child story, not a coming-of-age story? I mean...
¿Por qué no los dos, David?
Can you have a coming-of-age story at any age if you're just really immature?
Yes.
Is the wonderful story of Henry Sugar a coming-of-age story? Just because he gets more mature? Is every story that has character development a coming-of-age story?
A coming-of-age story, the development has to be related to a transformation from a childlike state to an adult state. So in this case, the way in which he comes of age is that he accepts his death.
And if you transition from a childlike state to a more adult-like state, then you can have a coming-of-age story even if you're 65.
Go for it.
All right, well, okay. I think we've lost the value of a coming-of-age story here. This just sounds like character development. Coming-of-age stories are about people who are adolescents and then have to learn how to live like adults. You have to be an adolescent to have a coming-of-age story.
Yeah, I think Gawain is portrayed as an adolescent.
He's 30.
Even though he's 30.
Adolescent is a biological process. It's not a social role.
I 100% disagree. It's a cultural designation.
Well, whatever we want to...
At what age do you... If it's a biological process, at what age... or at what state of physical development do you stop being an adolescent?
Yeah, I don't know, but probably between 20 and 25. Not when you're 30.
It's made up.
All right, well...
also, I think the Gawain of the story is younger.
That's fair.
But the poem is not a coming-of-age story.
Because he's already
the goodest boy.
He's already the goodest boy. Yeah, I mean, maybe the term adolescent is too charged. How about I can use the word puberty? Coming of age stories that are people who are experiencing puberty. That's what it is when we say coming of age. So it is about the transition from pubescence to adulthood.
Okay, I mean, it's not that.
Well, at least we're on the same page there. Okay, well, I thought we should just check those check boxes now that we've established that this movie does have a hero, which is Gawain? Or no, we didn't cover that in detail.
Gawain's the protagonist.
Is he the hero? Is there a hero? Is King Arthur the hero of the story?
I'm going to say no hero.
No hero. And how about villain? Check in. Is there a villain? Is Gawain also the villain? Is he the hero and the villain?
No villain.
No villain. Wow. So we got no hero and no villain.
Yeah.
So modern.
The scavenger is an antagonist, but he's really only in one sequence. So.
Also, he's maybe also the Green Knight in disguise? Maybe? Do you think so?
I think they make it really clear that the scavenger and the Lord are the same person, but they don't make it really clear that
just
the
Lord they look kind of like?
And the Green Knight, and because he gets the girdle.
That's fair. I mean, he said the girdle comes from the lady, and she says that she made it herself. You calling her a liar?
Yes. Yes, I am. She's extremely manipulative, and I think we can all see that. Other fun fact about medieval society is that women were seen as more sexually voracious than men.
That's right.
So that's another thing you got to keep in mind. It's really ingrained in modern culture that men are more sexually voracious than women, and that's not how medieval people saw it.
Well, I think it might help us because this plot is so dense and so episodic. Maybe like Mononoke, we'll just kind of go over the plot for a second. Again, maybe you've seen this movie before and you weren't totally sure what did happen. Yeah. I could totally understand that. So let's talk it through.
I definitely want to watch this movie again because I do not think I got everything out of it that it is possible to get out of it. It's very dense plot-wise, and then on top of that, visually and thematically.
I think that's exactly well put. Because to start talking about the movie, we have to start talking about a sequence that is not part of the plot. Mm-hmm. So our opening sequence is we see Gawain in the king's regalia.
Yes.
Seated alone in the big hall. Is it the big hall that we see later on, do we think? Is that King Arthur's hall, probably?
Sure.
And the narrator... Now, I said that I've heard that the narrator is Alicia Vikander. I've also heard that the narrator is actually David Lowery and his wife, who is also a filmmaker, and it's their two voices superimposed on top of each other. So
I can't help.
Who is the narrator? What's going on? We don't know. But some narrator, yet another movie where the narrator maybe turns out to be a character later on in the movie. Actually, it turns out to be maybe two characters in this movie. So we hear the narrator tell us that this is not about King Arthur. I know that some people said, you probably heard from your friends that this movie is about King Arthur. Sorry about that. This movie is not about King Arthur. Let's just get that out of the way at the beginning. The crown, King Arthur's Incan crown, floats down and sort of lands on his head. And then the crown catches on fire and his head catches on fire. Because, there's going to be a lot more head stuff in this movie. Get prepared. So after this sequence, then we move on, then we actually start the plot of the movie. Gawain wakes up on Christmas morning in a brothel, and he's hanging out with his number one hooker.
His
fave, Essel. And Essel, they don't actually say in the movie that she is a sex worker. She's in a brothel, but she is. Her hair is cut like that. She's wearing a bell on her dress. These are things that sex workers were required to do by law. He says, it's Christmas. I'm supposed to be somewhere today. Sorry. So he runs off and gets home, and he runs into his mom. And his mom knows where he's been. And it's like, you should get some better clothes for meeting the king today. Honestly, maybe you should have been prepared. I actually don't know exactly what she said, because one of the critiques I would have of this movie, in terms of the editing, is that the dialogue sound leveling to the sound effect sound leveling is not always great. And I do believe that this film is, in this sense, over-edited. I think David Lowery watched this movie over and over again. He knew what all the words said. He's like, I really want the audience to pick up on all of these subtle sounds that are happening on the background. So let me just tweak those up a little bit. And there's too much tweaking those up. I can't. It's really hard to understand what people are saying a lot. That's the criticism I have of the film. So he shows up at the round table, and King Arthur's there. And King Arthur, as you said, is kind of a smaller, older...
So I wasn't specifically interpreting him as old. Sean Harris is not 70, and he doesn't look like a 70-year-old. No. He looks like a 45-year-old who's had a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, he does not look conventionally athletic. I think that's the main thing that we're supposed to get from it. To my opinion, he looks a lot like the Jesus from Jesus Christ Superstar, and he has somewhat similar... Ted Neely, and has a somewhat similar vocal quality. So, in my mind, he was... Thank you.
That one?
In my mind...
That's what he sounds like to you?
No, he sounds more like when he's telling them, get off my back. And he's like, stop telling me what to do, Judas. Okay. Just let me be weird at people. They'll figure it out or not. Whatever.
They won't.
They won't figure it out? Oh, man. That part. So in my mind, he was Jesus Christ, Super Arthur the whole time. And I had a different interpretation of the story, but I don't know that that's what David was going for. Or not me, the other David. There's a bunch of us. So, so he shows up, and King Arthur is actually really nice to him. And he kind of knows that, he wants to be a knight. And he's like, hey, why don't you come sit next to me at the round table? Even though the whole point of the round table is that, like, there's not supposed to be a position of honor anymore, which I know doesn't quite work, but King Arthur seems to have forgotten about that.
Well, I think Arthur's not sitting at the table. He's, like, not eating. Arthur maybe has anorexia in this film.
I don't think he's eating, but
he's seated back from the table on a dais. With Guinevere.
No, he's seated. No, that's the table. It's just that the table wraps around towards the camera.
It's not.
We need a round table. We need a round table. It would have made this scene so much better. It's honestly a bit boring to watch look like this because there's no round table. They could have gotten up in the middle of the table and done their fighting in the middle of the table if you really needed that.
It would have been so cool.
That would have been cool. That would have been cool. They wouldn't have been able to hide the fact that the Green Knight was standing on a platform as easily. That's why they didn't do it. But I think you could have figured that out. Cut a hole in the table and whatever.
If we can make Lord of the Rings, we can make this work.
I agree. You can see in that sequence they are having to pull out all the same rabbit tricks from Lord of the Rings, especially because they were, for whatever reason, committed to using practical effects for that sequence. So yeah, he invites him to sit next to him, which does kind of ruin the whole point, but whatever. And he comments that he can't be a knight because he doesn't have any story about himself, and to be a knight, you have to have a cool story about you. Apparently, that's how it works in King Arthur's realm.
And I think it's interesting. So, like, up to this point, we've just been seeing Gawain as, like, bad mess, both from a modern and a medieval perspective. But when Arthur asks him to sit next to him, he does show humility, and he's like, I am not worthy to sit next to you, which makes him less of an asshole.
Yeah, I mean, in the opening sequence, it's never like Gawain is, like, rude or mean or cruel. I think, to me, maybe I'm saying more about myself, but to me, I feel like the film maybe doesn't do enough to establish that he's this immature person. I wish we got to see some more genuine ethical failings from him. Like, okay, yes, he enjoys sex. He's a human. And, okay, he kind of didn't do a great job scheduling his appointment with the king. He did show up on time, and he looks fine. So, I don't know. I think I'm relatively pro-Gawain in the opening sequence as compared to where I think the film wants me to be. But you seem to have really felt what they were going for.
Yeah, well, I think Gawain... They make it really clear that Gawain sucks and is immature, but Gawain is also very aware that he sucks, which is not true of most people who suck. So, like, throughout the film, he's constantly, like, apologizing or, you know, indicating that he's feeling bad. Like when Essel asks him to marry her, basically. He's like, I feel really bad that I'm going to say no. I don't want to say no, but the answer is no.
Yeah, well... That is the part where I turned against Gawain, because it's like, wow, so you're going to use this lady for sex, and when she's like, hey, could you rescue me from my life of sexual servitude? Honestly, that would be great. And he's like...
That's what Lady Eboshi would do.
I just don't really feel like it, he says. I just don't really feel like it. So no. That's when I turned against Gawain. But up until that moment, I was like, what did he do? He didn't do anything. I think maybe we should state at the beginning that...
Is this the beginning?
Yeah, we're at the beginning of the movie.
We've been talking about the movie for 20 minutes.
At the beginning of the plot summary, that there are 5 traditional knightly virtues.
Yes.
There are friendship, generosity, chastity, courtesy, and piety. Those are the 5 knightly virtues.
You say courtesy?
Courtesy. Yes.
Explicitly in the book, symbolized by the pentagram.
You're talking about in the poem, The Green Knight? How is it symbolized by the pentagram particularly? The
author says...
What pentagram?
So, you know what a pentagram is?
Yeah, it's a 5-pointed shape.
Yeah, so in this film, Arthur is wearing it as a necklace.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, whenever there's close-ups on the pentagram, that's around Arthur's neck. In the book, the pentagram is on Gawain's shield, and the author explicitly says... This represented, 1, the 5 wounds of Christ. Wounds of Christ. That's hard to say. The 5 wounds of Christ. 2, the 5 rejoices of Mary. 3, the 5 knightly virtues. So I did see that they were using a pentagram, and I was like, that's going to fuck up a modern audience. Because in the modern day, the pentagram is associated as being a pagan symbol, whereas in the Middle Ages, that's explicitly a Christian symbol.
And Lowry said that he intentionally tried to mix pagan and Christian symbolism throughout the movie, partially to represent the historical transition that was happening at these times, and also to to try to contrast and compare them and ask, really, are they different and do they represent different virtues? I think we'll get into that. You know, with the ladies' big monologue is basically all about that idea. So yeah, friendship, generosity, chastity, courtesy, and piety are the 5 traditional virtues of knights, and the film is structured as a analysis of these virtues, and it asks, are they actually so good, and what do they mean, etc. So yeah, he's here. He's at the Christmas party. And then, during the Christmas party, we start cutting. Here's where the editing really gets in. We start cutting to his mother. And his mother is doing a magic ritual. Something... Does she blindfold herself in that ritual?
Yes.
Which is going to come up later. She blindfolds herself, and there's blood streaming across the ancient
Not sure where
writing.
the blood's coming from.
I think it's on the floor where she is... And she is invoking the blood. That's what I think.
So it's being magically summoned.
And or it is part of the ritual, and separately she has slit some animal's throat, and part of the ritual is that the blood of the animal flows across her runes. One of those things, we don't know. It's well edited in being attractive, but it's not well edited in being clear or explaining how it fits in with the rest of the story. So she does magic. And when she does her magic, it makes this Green Knight guy show up. I genuinely wonder, like... If she hadn't done that, would the Green Knight have not showed up? Is it like he had no plans to show up? Is the Green Knight totally her invention and her robot?
So the impression I got, given the entirety of the film, is that the Green Knight is an independent entity. He didn't come into existence when Morgan cast that spell. But she did summon him.
Well, he came fast.
Yeah, it's fucking magic, David.
And he really knew what to do when he showed up there, so...
Actually, did he? Because he hands over a letter, which Morgan magicked into his hand.
Okay.
Guinevere reads the letter for the king and for the Knights of the Round Table, but also the Green Knight gets to hear, so maybe he didn't know what he was supposed to do. And he was like, okay, I have to take a wound now.
Yeah, I think it's partially the editing, but maybe it's almost all the editing, but I think the Round Table scene... It's pretty crazy. It's pretty... Everyone's actions in this scene are pretty wild, and they don't really make sense.
Yeah, I had no idea why it was Guinevere reading the letter. The letter is handed to Arthur, and then she walks up and grabs it from him.
The Green Knight comes in, hands Arthur a letter. Well, the Green Knight comes in, everyone jumps up and tries to pull out their swords, and Arthur's like, it's fine. Nothing to worry about here. Just some forest monster guy. Let's just see what happens. Okay, well, King Arthur is chill, I guess. The knight comes up, hands Arthur the letter. Guinevere takes the letter out of Arthur's hands, no real explanation. Maybe she was expecting a letter, and she was like, this is for me. Also, it's private. I don't want to talk about it. But then...
It was from Lancelot.
From Lancelot. But then she takes a letter and just opens it up and begins reading it aloud, so maybe she wants everybody to know. And this is the number one thing I don't understand in the movie. She starts reading it aloud, and the letter, like... magically possesses her, and she speaks in the deep voice of magic, and she says this plot of the movie, which is that they're gonna have a fun fight, and whatever the other person does to the Green Knight, good for you, but then 1 year later, you gotta let the Green Knight do the same thing to you. I want to say some stuff about that, but she reads this letter and explains...
And also you get the Green Knight's axe.
And you get a cool axe. So she explains all this, and she has this great possession, magic voice and stuff. And then immediately after that, everyone is like, okay. No one is like, did Queen Guinevere just get possessed by a spirit? And there's some sort of demon voice? Everyone is so chill about this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the answer may come a little bit later when the lady asks Gawain, do you believe in witchcraft? And he's like, yup, definitely. It's all around. So I think this is actually, like, pretty normal for these people.
I see. All right. But it doesn't even make them uncomfortable. They're not like, we should maybe think about this. There's a bunch of magic stuff going on. They're just like, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Gawain is a little bit uncomfortable.
That's true. Gawain seems to have a sense of like, that's weird, right? Normally there's no demon voices and the demon voice. But everyone else, maybe, as you point out, maybe Guinevere does this a lot.
Also, if you've read the stories of the other knights, like... they go out and do some bonkers shit.
Yeah, but normally they're always like, "Whoa, that's crazy." The knights traditionally are very bloody.
I know, but they've already done it. That's when they first experienced weirdness. You know, Yvain, he's fought a lion. He's like, whatevs. He's worn a magic invisible ring. He's like, yeah, Sometimes magic happens. Whatever.
In the Green Knight, definitely the way he's costumed with his... he's set up as another forest spirit. Our forest king, forest god is back. He's mostly tree. He's basically a tree dude, kind of has some int energy. And it's not clear that there's any human there. It's kind of implied that he's basically just a tree dude.
Which I think is not in the poem.
Nope.
I think the Green Knight is like a human with green skin.
He's very specifically described as a human with bright green, not even dark forest green skin. I'm not... this film, I think, in that moment, especially when he first walks in, we see, like, tree branches and stuff, and they want us to get a sense of, like, ecology. He is the force of nature, maybe, again, kind of pushing against the increasingly modernized and industrialized, even, court of King Arthur. So I think we do set up, again, the man versus nature as one of the dynamics that we're going to be playing with. So, yeah. The letter says... you can hit me, or you can fight me. If you get me, good for you. You got to come to my Green Chapel, which is helpfully said Green Chapel because no one ever calls him the Green Knight or anything like this at this moment. So that's when we know, oh, that's the Green Knight. Got it. And on the next Christmas, you got to come back and let him get you good. I actually...
pay you an equal blow.
Pay you an equal blow. Thank you. Especially when I've read the original stories... this is the part that I always found, I think, most interesting, because I actually think it's a pretty interesting analysis of codes of chivalry in the medieval period. Because, there is this sense of, when you go to fight somebody, this is not a period where there are clear rules of war. What's fair? Should anyone... if you want to go fight another knight, can you just, like, sneak up behind him and stab him in his back when he's not wearing armor? Honestly, maybe, right? That's how people fight wars nowadays.
People did do that.
They did it. So is that fair? And there weren't clear answers to this question. And so it presented this issue. Normally, though, the way it would work is you don't want to fight too dirty against the other guy, because then he's going to come back and fight dirty against you. If you can establish that, let's try to... maybe, for example, not kill each other's families, then, at least my family will survive and there won't be revenge. Now, this is how these codes obviously evolve. Now, the way that you get around this is you show up and you just kill him and you kill his alt family right away. And then there's no one around to exact revenge. And this was a big moral issue of, if our ethical system is entirely based on revenge, what happens if somebody gets you so good you can't take revenge? Does that mean there are no morals? And I really thought that this setup, you can tell it's written by people who had spent a lot of time thinking about this idea, because it's someone who says, all right, you can get me, but then, I'm going to get you back. And of course, what happens is Gawain says, I'll do it, I guess. I need a story. Yeah. This is a good story. And
he tells everyone to watch and remember what happened this day. This is my story.
He takes Excalibur. It's not called Excalibur, but he takes Excalibur from King Arthur, and he says, I'll fight you. And the Green Knight says, cool. And so he just sort of bends down and puts his neck down. Now, of course, what Gawain should have done is he should have just given him a little tap on the neck.
Yeah.
Because he should have, that would be a nice thing to do. And as a matter of fact, King Arthur, several times in this movie, tells Gawain, just remember, it's just a game. We're just playing a game with this guy. King Arthur is giving him some good advice. Yeah. But Gawain's like, no, I want people to think I'm super cool. So he just slices his neck off. To us, that's just kind of maybe a weird thing for him to do. Who knows? But this is, I think, a deep social political analysis of warfare in the medieval ages. Gawain is the immature knight who says, oh, the other knight is weak. I'm just going to rush in and do whatever it takes to kill him, with having no sense of, well, what is that going to mean for the future of our community? Now we have a whole other community that's bent on blood revenge. That's a problem.
Yeah, I think that's going on. I think additionally, some other things are going on, is that, like, Gawain, if he just does a little tap, like, that's not a good story.
Right.
Like, he can't, no one's going to remember him for that. He has to do something really impressive. Also, I think he thinks this Green Knight is creepy and scary, and he just kind of wants him to go away.
I think that's all very accurate, and I would just say again, feeds back perfectly into the real world issues that we're talking about here. It's also true that if you engage in a very relatively ethical style of warfare with another knight, then you might not win as hard. It might not come across as cool, and also you might genuinely be scared of the other person and want to kill them. So I agree with you. So he just slops his head off. And he's like, well, that'll fix it. And the main point of the movie, as we all know, is that doesn't fix it. The Green Knight just stands up and picks up his head and is like, see you at Christmas, mate. Sort of saying, in some way, you've fallen into my trap. This is exactly what I expected you to do. Even after this, the king is like, but don't worry, it's just a game. And again, this is where the actions of people in this scene, I can't always process them, because King Arthur heard what the Green Knight said, he has to at least understand the Gawain's fear that his head is going to be chopped off. That doesn't sound like a game to Gawain. What is King Arthur even talking about?
Yeah, well, I think all of the other characters, aside from Gawain in this film, assume that Gawain will be fine. Anyone who knows what the situation is like, yeah, you're going to go, something weird's going to happen, and then you're going to go home. So, like, the Lord gives him a gift. I think it's a boar or something. And Gawain's like, well, I don't need this now. And he's like, no, this is for your journey home. And Gawain's like, I don't know if I'm doing a journey home. Yeah. But everyone else is totally confident that he's going to be fine. And when Gawain finally gets there and he's about to get his head cut off, he asks, is this all there is? Like, everyone has kept telling me that something different is going to happen. And this is what makes
I don't know what that line at the end means either, but your interpretation is somewhat helpful.
And this is one of the things that makes the book really compelling, is that really early we establish that Gawain is going to get his head cut off at the end of the story. And so we just spend the whole time being like, so what's actually going to happen there? Surely he doesn't just get his head cut off and then it's over.
Yeah, and I think that the story is really tense because, like you're saying, every indication shows that his head is going to get cut off. And I think this version kind of undercuts itself a little bit by constantly seeding this doubt where, like, everyone else kind of knows or seems to think that he's going to be fine, and that leads us to think that, like, I guess he will be fine. And so I don't think there is as much tension there as there would be as we move through the story. Maybe my interpretation, my best version, is that King Arthur knows about the Green Knight. He already knows about the Green Knight and his whole deal. And so even later on, after the beheading has happened and Gawain's head is nominally on the block, King Arthur keeps reassuring him, perhaps very wisely, saying, you have to understand, you're playing the Green Knight's game. You gotta, like, play bigger. If that's what he means, he also doesn't explain it to him. Maybe that's part of the magic rules, but it would have been nice if he said, now let me explain. The King Knight is maybe this lord, also he's maybe this bandit, and you're going to go there and it's going to be a whole journey, but maybe at the end you'll survive. We're going to cut before the end. If he had said that, then Gawain might have felt better.
Yeah. One other possible interpretation, and this isn't exactly mine, but I think it's interesting to explore, is that maybe Arthur is just totally fine with Gawain dying.
Maybe he wants someone else to succeed him.
Or I think Arthur is way more at peace with death than Gawain. I mean, we eventually see Arthur die, and he's pretty chill about it.
Do we see Arthur die?
Yeah.
Is that in the closing one? Well, then we maybe see Arthur die.
See Arthur die.
Or was that real the whole time? We sort of fast forward through the next year, and we basically see that Gawain is like, well, at least I'm famous now. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go to a bunch of cool parties. So he goes to a bunch of cool parties and drinks a lot and has more sex with Essel and is just living his best life for another year. He's not, I guess we're supposed to think, like, practicing his sword fighting or consulting with his mom, a famous wizard, about what magic is relevant to the situation. He's just sort of like, well, I'll enjoy my next year because I'm probably going to die.
Or working out his neck really good, get those really thick traps.
Yeah. To discuss it morbidly for a second, it's real tricky because a half beheading is not great.
That's true.
The full beheading, way better. So I wouldn't do the trap thing. I'm sorry, but no, that you don't want the half. That's really bad. It's then Christmas, and King Arthur's like, so you're gonna go see the Green Knight or anything? And it's not. He basically he's like, you might die, but you wouldn't want anyone to think you're dishonorable. Then you don't get to be a knight. I'll say, if I was me, I'd be like, well, I'm not going. I think I'm going to not go.
I'm fine to be dishonorable and
I'll be
alive.
Dishonorable. And I kind of wish we had invested a little bit more in Gawain's struggle with that. Because Gawain is basically immediately like, well, can't be dishonorable. And then, of course, that doesn't actually play out to the rest of the story. So even if we had just had more, I think it would have been cool if, like, in the year-long sequence, we do get a sense of people, like, making fun of him because his mom is a witch and stuff. I wish we had gotten more people sort of saying, like, oh, you're so cool, but I would never be your friend if you were dishonorable. Mm-hmm. I think we could have actually seeded that a bit more in the script, and it would have paid off. So he goes off to meet the Green Knight after the king says, remember, it's just a game. It's just a game. And I don't know how Gawain doesn't say, no, it's not a game. My head is going to get cut off. I feel like that line is kind of missing. Takes his horse.
Well, I think Arthur is implying to Gawain that, like, your head's not actually going to get cut off. Like,
that interpretation.
Something else is going to happen.
I see. You think that's what Arthur is saying. Arthur is
Yeah.
saying, he's not actually going to cut your head off.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting to think if Arthur really knows that or not. Arthur is very trusting of magic spirits.
And, well, do you want me to... I didn't actually address how the actual beheading works in the book.
Sure.
Do you want me to do
Go
that
for
now? So, there's a couple fake outs of Gawain flinching, as there are in the film. But then the Green Knight strikes a blow, gives Gawain a little nick on his neck.
There's some blood.
And then but doesn't by any means behead him. And then is like, well, that's the best I can do. I guess I missed. But I took my blow, and now you're free to go.
Yeah. One of the things that makes the original story so entertaining is how nice the Green Knight is. He's just so nice about everything, and it just makes him pleasant to be around.
Yeah.
It's a really big effect in the story. Like, okay, you kind of cuckolded me. All right, you cheated on our game. All right, you don't want me to cut your head off, you're going to cut my head off. Well, you know what? Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
He's actually really nice about it.
I wonder, given that this story starts and ends on Christmas Day, I wonder if he's supposed to be a sort of Christmassy spirit, a Lord of Misrule type of
I think he's
japester.
both the Lord of Mithril japester character in that Christmas spirit. I think also, again, to contrast the pagan Christmas and the Christian Christmas, he's also the spirit of mercy and of Christ coming in and forgiving people for their transgressions. And so that's, again, the Green Knight is my favorite Arthurian story because it does such a great job of wedding and comparing Christian and pagan virtues and talking about how they overlap and don't overlap. And so I think the Green Knight is both a pagan and a Christian hero. And that's a hard thing to do. I don't really think that plays out in the film, but
honestly,
that's a big part of the story.
I think it was way less hard in the Middle Ages. Like, people, Catholics in the 14th century kind of did a lot of magic.
In the 14th century?
Yeah. You might take the Panis Benedictus as part of communion and then sprinkle it on, crumble it up and sprinkle it on your crops so that the blessing of the priest would transfer to your crops. Also, monotheism was honestly a pretty new and innovative idea. And when you're bringing monotheism to a polytheistic culture, it's pretty easy to get them to adopt it. You can say like, hey, new god. They're like, cool, I know about new gods. I'm excited to worship this guy. And then...
Is he going to do nice things for me? He will? Well, great.
Great. Do you want me to, sing a song? Or, is there a special type of flower?
We like songs and flowers. This sounds great.
I love it. But once the monotheistic missionaries or whatever they are, it's like, no, but then also not all of the other gods. That's where you kind of tend to lose people.
So, he takes off on his journey. And I guess we have to go to the Green Chapel. While he's traveling, he runs into... I guess we're supposed to call him the boy. I think he's called the Scavenger. The Scavenger, who's Barry Keoghan, who is not a boy. He's 30, but whatever. They do try to age him down some.
He looked kind of 19 to me.
He did not look 19 to me. He looked like he was dressed like he was 19, but he wasn't 19.
Well, you thought Dev Patel was 40.
That's fair.
So.
I did think that. So yeah. I'll say I'm a big fan of Barry Keoghan. I'm a big fan of The Killing of a Sacred Deer. I think that's a great movie. And I think he does a good job in this movie. This is, I think, maybe the worst part of the movie. Not because there's anything really wrong with this scene itself, but it does not fit into the rest of the movie, really. We're a little bit because his stuff gets stolen and then he gets to recover it. We're going to go over that. But if throughout the explanation you're like, okay, how exactly does the Scavenger fit into the rest of it? It doesn't really fit into the rest of it. So he shows up, the Scavenger is there because he is scavenging the remains of all the dead bodies from a big, big battle. It's supposed to be based on the Battle of Baden, I believe is the name, which is a... Baden. Thank you, Baden Hill. Which is a Roman-era battle. So, again, we're playing with the time.
It does often get attributed to Arthur.
That's right. Well, if anyone like Arthur ever existed, which they almost certainly did not,
Yeah.
it would have been around the 6th or 7th century. That's when the legend emerges. And he basically says, hey, you guys, you want any of this cool? I'm not going to pick up all of these dead guy stuff. There's too many. So if you want some, feel free to grab some. And Gawain is like, no, I have to get to this chapel. And then the Scavenger says, well, I know where the chapel is. You just follow this river, go over there. And then the Green Knight says, great. And he rides off.
Not the Green Knight.
Sorry. Gawain says, great. And he rides off. And then the scavenger says, well, aren't you maybe going to pay me? Traditionally in the story, the peasant meets the knight, and he tells the knight the directions. The knight gives him the money, and then the peasant goes home, and he gives his family all the money. And that would be a good part of this
You're
story.
way richer than me, bruh.
Yeah.
Help me out.
And first Gawain is like, no. He says, what will you pay me? And he says, my thanks. And he rides off. Yeah. And then he sort of stops him, and he's like, you're being rude. You're being rude.
And Gawain also keeps saying, I'm not a knight.
That's right.
Which I think he's trying to imply, like, I'm not a fancy rich guy. But the scavenger can also see that, like, you're on a horse. You've got this very nice cloak.
You're very clean.
You got a killer axe.
And so he sort of pressures him, and eventually the Gawain gives him a single coin and says, all right, fine, runs off. Now, of course, as soon as he rides into the woods to find said stream, he is then ambushed by the scavenger and his friends. Oh, they were bandits the whole time. And the scavenger says, well, look who refused to actually pay me for my services. I guess you're not such a good knight after all, etc., etc. And so they beat him up. They steal all his stuff. They steal the fancy axe he got from the Green Knight. They steal, one thing I forgot to mention is that before he leaves, Camelot? Where's Camelot geographically?
So you can use Camelot as a locational reference. It's in, like, southeastern Wales.
Southeastern Wales, thank you. Before he left Camelot, his mom, Morgan, made a very special magic green girdle, upon which were written these Anglo-Saxon runes that we were talking about earlier. Oh, it's the Green Knight's armor. That's where the Sabaic Arabian writing is, and it's on the Green Knight. So maybe the Green Knight is from the Middle East or something.
He's Santa Claus.
He's in the David Lauer in the closing scene directed the Green Knight to act like Santa Claus.
Okay.
That was the advice he gave him. So he's Turkish. We figured it out.
Yeah.
Wow, the Green Knight is Santa Claus. There you go. Although the writing is there.
He also comes bearing holly, a traditional Santa plant.
Is he carrying holly?
When he walks into the chapel or to the round table at the beginning, he holds up a holly branch, kind of like an olive branch. Like, I think we're meant to understand that
I thought was very confusing.
Him being like, it's chill.
I see. That helps to explain their reaction some. Then
also saying, I am Santa Claus.
Yeah, I'm starting to think he is Santa Claus. All right, great. So Morgan gives him a special green belt to protect him from Santa Claus, and
to protect him from any harm.
Which doesn't work. Still gets ambushed by these bandits and beat him up.
They take the belt off of him.
Well, it doesn't protect you from ambushes. I'll say that.
I was interpreting that as physical harm, not bad things.
Well, they grab him and whatever. I guess he's not physically harmed in that moment. Of course, the green belt plays a bigger role in most of the original stories. They call it a favor, and you've probably seen this in movies where,
and it's not from his mom. It shows up way later.
Yeah. In the movies where, like, the lady gives the knight a favor, and it has inspiring him because it means that she likes him. And so it's one of those things, and it's given to him by the lady of the...
Yeah. Well, she also explicitly says this will protect you from harm.
That's right.
And he kind of doesn't want to take anything
even in the original
her,
story, you're saying.
But that's
right.
But he's like, I would like to be protected from all harm.
And this plays into the game that he's playing with the host, where he has to give him his best thing because he doesn't give him the magic favor, which obviously was the best thing he got. So that's yet him failing in the knightly... What?
Fellowship.
Friendship and generosity.
Yes.
They're both failed in that moment, yes. Because in knightly culture, where you're going around basically raiding people and taking their stuff for your job, sharing all the stuff you stole is actually one of the virtues of that with all the other knights. So the bandits, the scavengers, scavenge him. They beat him up, and they take his axe, his horse, his girdle, magic girdle. The Barry Keoghan seems to think it's very pretty. They do not take his sword, though.
They take the axe.
That's true.
But yeah, they leave him the sword.
Leave him the sword. Maybe as a mercy action. That's what you get for 1 coin. For 1 coin, we beat you up, we take your stuff, but we leave the sword. Yeah,
one thing that the scavenger says, which one of the reasons I want to rewatch this film is to see if I can incorporate that in, is that he says, I'll finish your quest for you.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So he's like, you told me you're going to a green chapel to do something. I'm going to try doing that. And then also maybe you meet me again on the way.
Yeah, maybe, of course, might not be the worst quest to trade places with someone with. That is very interesting and makes me more sad that this doesn't come up again at all, really, for the rest of the movie, Could have had another... I bet you $1 there's a scavenger returns sequence that is edited.
Well, I think the scavenger becomes the Lord.
He doesn't offer to finish his quest for him then, so doesn't line up.
But he might also be the Green Knight.
Okay, he doesn't really offer to finish his quest for him then either.
He meets up at the Green Chapel.
He does meet up with him at the Green Chapel. So, yeah, they beat him up, and he lies there. We have our first sort of big montage out scene where Gawain hallucinates his death and decay sitting there.
So, that's not how I interpreted that scene at all.
Okay.
So, the way the shot works is we start on Gawain lying there tied up on the ground. We do a, pretty slow 360 panorama around. And it's pretty subtle, but I think from the nature we're meant to see that we're going through the cycle of a year. Mm-hmm. And then as we start coming around back to where we started, we start to hear, flies buzzing. Mm-hmm. And then we see Gawain's skeleton on the ground, still tied up exactly where he was. We sort of look at that for a couple seconds. But then the camera rotates back around the way it came.
Yeah.
We see Gawain as he was, alive and tied up. And now he's like, I have got to get myself out of here. And so he sort of worms his way over to his sword. And we didn't like this part. Cut his hands when he's trying to...
This is another Yorgos Lanthimos moment.
Yeah.
He could not resist Yorgos Lanthimosing it up. Which, of course, it is very realistic.
Yeah.
You would cut your hand doing that. It is definitely what would happen. And...
I didn't want to look at it.
I did not enjoy that too much.
So here's what I think is going on. And I'm totally willing to accept multiple interpretations of the scene. It doesn't have to mean just one thing. Welcome to art. I think that the first thing that we see did really happen. I think that Gawain did just give up and lie there and die. And then the Green Knight rewound time. Because when the camera starts turning backwards, we get this sort of woody creaking sound that you also hear when the Green Knight moves. So he's moving the camera, or maybe he is the camera. He turns back around and Gawain gets a second chance.
I think that's a great interpretation. Or did you have more to say?
Well, and then I think this sets up for that final sequence, which I think the final sequence of Gawain's potential future does really happen. And then... also, something else happens.
I think that's a great interpretation. And I'll even say, I think that's what David Lowery wants us to get from it. So I think I might say that you're right. I would actually say, though, that's not really what the cinematography shows. Mm-hmm. And unless we're trying to jump around and make the movie more interesting, which is not a bad idea, to make the movie more interesting, I think what we actually see on the screen is that it's the Green Knight. But just that the Green Knight has the power to grant visions to people. Mm-hmm. We don't have to actually make it real time travel, which is, I guess... asking more from the magic. So I think the more minimal magical interpretation is that the Green Knight is just as here as he is in the end of the movie, granting him a vision and letting him see why it's better for him to do the virtuous thing, why it's better for him to be brave in this moment than just give up and die. Mm-hmm. Rather than it being an actual alternate timeline of the world. But yours is more interesting, and maybe is what Lowery intends.
Gawain is also very much the object of this scene, and the camera is the subject, even more than it is in normal filmmaking. I don't think the filmmaking is giving us cues that this is a vision Gawain is having, and that Gawain is the subject.
So Gawain does manage to free himself after really giving him a good one on the hand, and he runs off, and he finds an abandoned cottage. And following the rules of horror movies, he says, well, I guess I'll just sleep in this abandoned cottage. And he is he is awakened by a girl, Winifred, who says, hi, I am a mysterious lady. I need you to do something for me. I need you to retrieve something that I've lost. It's in this lake over here, pond.
She also doesn't move her legs when she walks.
That's right. She's kind of floating around. Thanks for clarifying that.
So Gawain is having a bad time.
Pretty sure it's some sort of magic thing. Now, of course, again, one of the key knightly virtues is generosity. And here we see...
well, I think this one is courtesy.
Generosity and courtesy, where Gawain...
But generosity is so clearly with the paying the scavenger.
I'm not sure that there's one moment for each virtue. But, okay, you might be right. So we'll go with courtesy because he says, well, I'll do it for you, like, if you give me something. Do you have anything cool for me? Which is a really weird thing.
Well, he doesn't exactly say, I'll do it for you if you give me something. He says, I'll do it. And also, what will you give me?
I think he doesn't say, I'll do it. I think he just asks, what is the reward?
Uh-huh.
So he asks for a reward, which that's not a very knightly thing to do. And she's like, no, there's not a reward. I just thought you might help me with something. Yeah. And then he says, okay, fine anyway. So...
this part was pretty confusing to me because, like, Gawain so clearly fails the generosity test because even when he does pay the scavenger, it is considered to be too little.
We don't know how much that coin's worth, but okay.
But Gawain does, after some initial hesitation, go and rescue this skull, even though it's very scary. And he's pretty nice and chill about it.
Yeah, I think part of what we're seeing, the first level interpretation of the movie is not like the original story, but is like, okay, here are the knightly virtues, and let's see that Gawain does not fulfill these knightly virtues. Mm-hmm. It's not a good knight. That's a fair interpretation story. But also, I think, to give Lowry some credit, part of what's going on here is a critique of knightly virtues. Mm-hmm. Both asking how good are these virtues, and how important is it to subscribe to them in some exact literal way. And so, I think, in the scavenger situation, like, the scavenger is a bit is begging for money, which is no crime, but not something that you're always obliged to go with. And he didn't really ask for this relationship. And so I feel some sympathy for him. He does give him a coin. I feel some sympathy for him. If somebody walked up and gave me... One time, I was in Amsterdam, and I was lost. And I was looking... We used to live in Amsterdam. And I was walking around, trying to find something on my phone, and this guy walked up to me, and he tapped me on the shoulder and said, hey, are you lost? And I said, kind of. I'm looking for the... Albert Heijn, the grocery store. Where is that? And he said, oh, it's over here. I said, oh, okay, thanks. And I walked off and he said, hey. And I realized he was homeless.
Yeah.
This was a homeless guy, which is actually, they do this in Amsterdam. They look for tourists. They walk up to them and then they give them directions and they ask for money. I think I might have given him a coin or something. I think that's what I did. I don't really remember. And I didn't really feel bad about that. I have a lot of sympathy for people who are suffering those problems, and I think they need to be supported in all sorts of different ways. But, I also felt a bit like someone had treated me in kind of a rude way. I didn't realize I was engaging in a financial transaction. I wasn't paying attention, and someone had kind of maybe tricked me a little bit into trying to make me feel guilty. Okay, worse crimes, for sure. But I can sympathize with this moment. It is a tricky situation. You don't just have to give money to people for having a conversation with them. And I think the same thing is happening here. Okay, he certainly is not very tactful in the way he discussed. I think partially we're just running out of time. We have to kind of fast forward through this scene that isn't even supposed to be in the story. But it's not a... Also, he's about to deal with some magic knights. He could really use some magic rewards right now. Mm-hmm. That would be a great time. Of course, maybe if he hadn't asked for one, maybe she would have given him one. Who knows? But I think partially, like you're saying, we're not supposed to really feel like he's a bad, bad boy and he needs to follow... Partially, it's like... These virtues are a bit silly, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's also a little bit confusing because in the generosity thing, you can kind of see that, like, this scene is meant to teach him generosity from a practical perspective, not from a virtuous perspective. It's like, if you aren't generous, people are going to come beat you up.
Yeah. If you're alone with people in a totally remote area where you don't know what's going on, now is a great time to really, you should give the homeless guy some money. I would do it.
But in the Winifred scene... He is maybe a little uncourteous in refusing to help this lady without recompense.
He just asks.
In being hesitant to help this lady without recompense. But then he just does it anyway.
Yeah, I think he was always going to do it. I think what maybe would have been more reasonable would be to have just done it and then asked for the reward later. I think if he had thought it through, that's what he would have done. He did just wake up. He's having quite a few days here. It's been a tough, tough 24 hours for Gawain. So yeah, I think we're meant to feel some moral ambiguity about this moment. I think that's the intention. He also asks her if she is a spirit or a person, and she says, "What's the difference?" I guess she is the spirit of a person would be maybe the answer that she was trying to give. The Green Knight, not a person, just a spirit. Gawain, a person, not a spirit. Winifred, both. So yeah, he dives down into the lake. And it's a skull. It's Winifred's skull.
She's been dead the whole time.
Which isn't really explained in the story. And if you know, I guess, David Lowery is American. Mm-hmm. And I'll give him credit for making a movie which I think appeals more to British people to American people, because you gotta kind of know your British folklore to walk around this movie, and especially this sequence. If you have no idea who Winifred is, which almost most Americans, unless you're into this nerdy people like Livy and I, you wouldn't know, and that's very understandable. Then this scene would be very hard to understand or fit into anything. Again, it's not actually part of the original story.
Is David Lowery Catholic?
I don't know. He's an atheist. I know
was
that
he raised
about
Catholic?
him. I know that he is from the Midwest. There are some
Not
Catholics.
the most Catholic.
He's
He's not from Boston.
I am searching about his personal background. He's from Milwaukee. And then they moved to Texas. So he's lived in Milwaukee and Texas. That's what I got.
Probably not Catholic.
But yeah, I would believe that there's some sort of childhood guilt aspect that's happening in this movie. Again, I'm not sure if it's a Catholic thing or weird mom stuff. All the evidence points to weird mom stuff. So childhood guilt definitely is a theme of this movie. And medieval mythology.
Yeah.
Both of which are major factors in Catholic culture.
Yeah.
So I see where you're coming from.
Well, I just meant that he knew the story about a saint. Is mainly what I was referring to.
So yeah, he gets her the skull, and she's like, "Thanks." Does she die?
No. So he emerges from the lake, and she's not there.
Oh.
He goes back into the cottage
right.
and sees a headless skeleton in the bed where he had been sleeping, and sort of sets the skull back in the right place. Turns around, and the axe that had been stolen from him is back. So
I think the
was
axe is
a reward.
there. That's right. You're right. The axe is there the next morning. He goes to sleep, and then when he wakes up, the axe is there.
I don't think he goes to sleep next to the skelly. I think he just leaves.
But yes, there was a reward. Somehow, it's his axe returned to him. So does that mean that the scavenger was Winifred? Is Winifred
I think
the
that
scavenger?
means Winifred has telekinesis.
Oh, so she yoinked it from the Green Knight / the scavenger. They're not in cahoots with each other. I think it's all the Green Knight's grand plan.
Okay, I'm willing to believe that the Scavenger, Winifred, and the Lord are all the Green Knight.
That's what I think is happening. That's what I think. I think it's somewhat notable that it probably would have been too much for the plot to have Winifred also be played by Miss Vikander.
Yeah.
But that would have been better. I would think it would have been better if she had been Vikander, and then we just had. I think. Not casting the same people as all of the villains, all of the antagonistic men and women is a bit of a mistake. Again, because that is literally a plot of the original story. I'm not just making this up. That is kind of how it's supposed to go. And I think, again, because this film is partially marketed at people who already know the original story, is asking us to kind of interpret it that way, even though that's not shown on screen. So if that was on screen more, I think it might have been even better. But that's one interpretation. I don't even know what interpretation is right. So yeah, now he's got his axe back. Still no horse. Still no magic girdle. And he walks off into the woods. Probably, it seems like at this point now that he has the axe at least, he's pretty confident he's going to go to the Green Chapel.
Yeah.
And then he runs into a fox. He's camping out in a cave. And then there's a cute fox that decides to be his friend. And they
walk around a bit.
They walk around for a bit. And this is when he and the fox witness the giants. So now we got to get to the giants.
I didn't get the giant.
So yeah, there's some giants. They are giant stone giants. They are walking.
Were they? Okay.
Yes, they're made of stone. They're mountains.
Okay.
And they are moving across the plains. And Gawain calls out to them. There's a bunch of them. There's 10 of them. And they're real big, like mountain tall. And Gawain says, "Hey, giants, can you carry me to the Green Chapel?" And it's not really clear the giants know what he's saying.
I don't think he says the Green Chapel.
Yeah.
I think he says,
"Can you carry me across?"
Yeah, can you carry me across the valley? Can I sit on your shoulder? I'm tired of walking.
And maybe they understand him, maybe they don't. And they speak in a weird language. And one of them reaches out to sort of grab him, and I guess sort of hinting at back to the end of the movie, when they reach out to grab him, I think probably presumably to help him, maybe, he sort of shirks away because it's so scary. And then they're like, well, if you're going to be weird about it, never mind. And then the fox gets really creeped out by all this and lets out a howl. Do foxes howl? Is that a fox thing?
Foxes sort of scream.
Yeah.
What does the fox say?
Well, I'll tell you what the fox say. You don't want to hear it. It sounds really bad. There's a reason that they don't put a lot of fox sounds in media because it's very unpleasant. Yeah. Also, rabbits oh, rabbits, why do we never hear what rabbits say? You don't want to hear what rabbits have to say. It's very unpleasant. That is why. Go Google it.
Don't Google it. It's just screaming.
It's not that bad. Screaming. You can survive one YouTube video, but you're not going to want to watch 10. So the fox howls, perhaps inaccurately, but whatever. And then the giants are like, yes, we also howl. And they howl with the fox. And that's the end of the scene. So, Libby, what do you think about this scene?
I think we needed to cut it. I don't get it.
If they had cut it, that is their $3 billion of profit. Because a lot of people went to go see this movie because they saw the cool giants in the trailer. There's basically the whole giant sequence.
Well, how expensive was that to film?
It's all digital. That's all digital. So, no, I don't think it's too bad. There's basically the whole giant sequence is in the trailer. So if you've seen the trailer, you've seen most of the giant part. That's actually basically it. It's quite short.
I just have no idea what's going on. Here's one way that it is helpful. It's helpful in that it's a tie to Princess Mononoke, where you get the tree spirit's hand coming, or sorry, the forest spirit when he's the night walker at the end, his hand coming down and sort of caging around the people running away with his head.
I think that's post night walker. That's just sort of the amorphous blob. That's not a hand.
They're still calling him the night walker.
Okay, fine, but it's not a hand. That's just some sort of leaking out.
I mean, it's a sort of round shape with 6 fingers coming.
Oh, I missed the fingers. I'll take it.
It really looks like a 6-fingered hand. Caging him in. And I was like, yeah, that is kind of similar. Also, what?
You're talking about in Green Knight. It makes sense in Mononoke.
Yes.
Yeah. My best interpretation is that the giants are mountains.
Yeah.
And that this is some point not related to the rest of the movie about, like, the passage of time. A lot of English stories are about how mountains move around. This is a big theme in a lot of medieval literature because they do move around. Actually, people think that mountains stay still, but actually, as J.R.R. Tolkien would tell us, they are also beaten down by time. And so it's something about plate tectonics and how mountains move around. And that's not connected to the rest of the story. That's what I got for you. Yeah,
I mean, I think Gawain flinching when the mountain lady reaches her hand out does kind of reestablish his cowardice. But I think we were good on that.
I thought it was a huge mistake that she doesn't reach out twice and he doesn't flinch twice. Because that is what happens at the end. Of course, in the story... And someone in the movie, there's a lot of Rule of 3 stuff in the original stories. A lot of Rule of 3 stuff.
You think modern writers love Rule of 3? Read any medieval work of literature. They love it.
They love it. And so...
We just invented this new literary device, and it's super hot.
Yeah, exactly. So... that does show through in a lot of places in this movie, and I was very disappointed there was not a Rule of 3 there. There needed to be 2 flinches and then her giving up. The giants are also all female, and somewhat like our Kodama in Mononoke, they have very anatomically correct breasts. When we animated those giants, we were insistent that they have clearly anatomically correct breasts. So if we get both the giants and the Kodama in one sequence, then we could have a full naked person. I guess that would be too harsh for the rating.
With no genitals.
That's a fair point.
Also, the Kodama are very small.
That's true. The giants are very big.
Just the tiniest butt. On a mile-tall gray person.
So, that's when the giant part happens. If you're watching the movie just for the giant parts, that's the part you can skip to, but just be prepared, it's pretty short.
Also, if you're listening to this podcast because you were hoping we would tell you what was up with the giants, sorry.
Yeah, we can tell you that we did watch the movie very carefully and it doesn't have anything to do with anything. That is the answer. Yeah. So they leave the giants, and they have to just walk across the valley themselves, it turns out. We skipped that. I wanted a scene of, like, them now having to painfully walk across this valley, and it's really long and hard and boring. We don't even do that. So we don't even follow up on the giant content we created. Questionable editing, you tell me. So, yeah. Eventually he shows up at a castle. No, actually, sorry. He's walking through the woods... And he meets a dude. And he's the Lord. He's dressed up in nice clothing. He's on a horse and stuff. And the Lord says, oh, hey, how are you doing? And he says, he doesn't say this, but I thought, that guy looks kind of like the Green Knight. But actually, it's a different person. As you pointed out, they did not cast the same person for the Green Knight and for the Lord. But also, they do look a lot alike.
Yes.
So, they don't want us to be able to figure it out. You got us. And the Lord says, well, why don't you just stay at my house for a while? You look tired.
Sorry, does that happen, or does he walk into their castle and collapse? I don't think he...
Oh, maybe I'm confusing it. Okay, whatever.
I think that's what happens in the original.
Okay,
in the
I
book.
think I'm getting...
I think Dev Patel is walking,
Okay,
sees a castle, and then opens the door and flops into the...
That's right. In the book, he is invited, but here, he has to not follow the knightly virtues of courtesy, so he uncourteously just walks into the house and collapses.
Yeah.
So yeah, he wakes up, and there's a lord there, and there's a lady there, and they're like, you can stay here. The
lady's not there, it's just the Lord.
Okay, the Lord says... Well,
the first thing he says is, where are my clothes?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Lord has stripped him of all his clothes. Kind of big Vertigo energy. Mm-hmm. So yeah, the Lord's like, you can stay here. Green Chapel, that's just like over there. Just, you gotta be there at Christmas. It'll be fine. Just stay.
You had days to hang out with us.
Just stay in my house with your clothes off, and like whatever happens between us will happen during that time. And Gawain is like, sure, I am tired. So yeah. Then they go...
Also, their house is very nice. Their house is like 2 to 3 centuries ahead of any other building we've seen.
So then we meet the Lord's wife, the lady, who is also played by Alicia Vikander. It's Essel, his girlfriend / call girl. And she's there.
Which is a weird double cast. That's not the double cast I would have expected.
Not double casting with maybe... one of the scavenger bandits, who's a woman, that could have made then like all the antagonists. This is the one we double cast. Essel, who was just for the record, of course, not in the original story. Yeah. That's fine, whatever, but there's no Essel character at all.
Gawain is a virgin.
He's hella virgin. He's hella virgin, actually. So Alicia Vikander is also maybe Essel or something. I think the idea is that she is... In addition to whatever other role she's playing, she is a manifestation of his guilt for the way he abandoned Essel and how he wants a fancy, rich, cool person wife instead of this prostitute who he actually likes and has a relationship with, and he's sort of realizing that that's bad. I think that's what's happening.
And there is also an old lady there who wears a blindfold. Unclear what she's doing, but she hangs out.
Well, of course, in the original story... The old lady wearing the blindfold is Morgan Le Fay, who is secretly the villain the whole time. Oh, she's not? I think she was wearing a blindfold. At least in the versions I read, maybe not in the original poem.
I don't think so.
In the versions I read, she was wearing a blindfold, so he didn't make that up for this movie. But yeah, it's Morgan Le Fay, so that blindfolded lady is secretly his mom, and...
We're going to get into that.
More weird mom stuff alert. We're going to get to that soon. So, the blindfolded lady, the lady is his girlfriend, and the blindfolded lady is his mom, is what we can interpret from these stories. And I guess he's sort of jealous, because now the Lord is having a relationship with the lady / his lady. So yeah, they hang out for a while. They have a dinner and sit by the fire and have a conversation. This is the most substantive dialogue, I would say, in the whole movie.
Most of it's pretty functional.
We do get the line of the movie where, just sort of discussing the oddities of the world, the Lord says, "Have you ever seen a hawk kill a horse? Just swoop down and, phew, it's terrible. Every man should see it at least once."
Completely bewildering.
That's your fun line of the movie. You had to have one fun line, and there it is. That's probably the biggest note of comic relief that we get. I mean, it's not actually that dark or that tense of a movie. It's not like I wouldn't say there's a lack of comic relief. It's not a horror movie. But I think that's actually really the only moment of comic relief we get in the whole thing. I guess actually at the beginning, when he's running around from the brothel and caught by his mom. That's supposed to be funny, when actually it's creepy. So this is the only comic relief in the movie. So there you go. Don't say the movie has no comic relief. We got it. Then the lady makes a speech. I would say a philosophically dense speech, even. Basically, she talks about the color green, because they mentioned the Green Knight. And she's like, well, green is the color of life. And Gawain is like, yeah, but he's going to kill me.
Well, he says, and of rot, is what he says.
Right. And she's like, yes, life and death are the same thing. And she doesn't put it all, she says it quite poetically, but she is making a good point. rotting things are living
Yeah.
things. The reason they turn green is because that green stuff is a living organism that's like mold and stuff that's growing and alive. And she basically says that there's a circle of life, and when we die, we become
Our
the grass.
body becomes the grass.
And then she says, red is the color of lust, but green is the color of what lust leaves behind. I guess sort of talking about that even though that you live fully, eventually you do die, and also that lust creates new life. Mm-hmm. And so, she says, when you go, your footprints will fill with grass. The verdigris, yes, verdigris, it just means the green stuff.
We're getting there.
The verdigris will overtake your swords, your battlements, your skin, and your bone.
And Lady Eboshi's gun.
That's right.
What I got out of this speech was, I think moths should vote.
Lowry stated that Vikander's monologue, as he calls it, reflects both the symbolism of Arthurian Christian civilization and its conflict with paganism in nature. And Lowry believes that nature will win over a civilization and bring peace. So this is an explicitly neo-pagan speech. Mm-hmm. David Lowry is saying, I think paganism's better. Then, there's no real rules, and, we can just celebrate nature.
I mean, nature will win. I think that's been pretty firmly
To be fair, David Lowry is right. Nature will win, and pagan virtues are probably, actually, all things considered, better than Christian virtues. So, he got us on that one. And he made a nice speech about it. Also, there is a circle of life, and when we die, the antelope will eat us, etc. So, she's not wrong.
Moss vote.
Not quite there,
Moss
personally. But
suffrage.
Yes, that does appear to be kind of what she's going for. So, yeah. And everyone's like, okay, good.
Well then.
Good speech.
I don't know. Her husband seems to think it's fine.
Gawain is like, yeah.
Ugh.
Verdigris. He pulls out his dictionary a little bit. Yeah. So, yeah. Then the Lord says, also, she's kind of flirting with Gawain a little bit. And Gawain is like, aren't you my girlfriend? So, yes. Also,
and the Lord seems chill.
Yeah. Again, the Lord, very chill about everything. Lord, then we get to the game. Which, again, I cannot emphasize how much this is a way bigger deal in the original story.
Yeah.
It's really kind of a side thing.
This is like a third of the story.
It's the middle part. Yeah. It's the central part of the story. So I'm going to not try to emphasize it too much here, but it's hard for me because in my mind, this is the main part.
Yeah, and I think it's underemphasized here.
I think it's underemphasized here. We got too much weird extra stuff. The actual story is good. Maybe we could do more of the actual story. So the Lord says, well, now that we're living in my castle, let's play a game. I love games, so my ears prick up personally. And the Lord says, here's how the game works. Every day, I'm going to go out hunting.
No, it's not every day. It's just one day. In the story, it's 3 days.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just
Sorry.
one day here.
Thank you, Livy. I'm going to struggle with this part.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, I'm going to go out hunting. And I guess I should mention that, hunting is a big deal in medieval society because that's the only way you can get meat. And meat has more nutrients in it than other food. So, it's very valuable.
There was plenty of domesticated animals that were butchered and fishing.
Not at this house. They don't have... Again, this house, I should clarify, is empty. Unlike, perhaps, in the original story. There's no servants. Mm-hmm. There's nobody around or whatever. So he's like, I'm also, hunting is the main sport that people will do. That's the game. They don't have other sports. They're busy. So he's like, I'm going to go hunting. He invites Gawain to go with him. And Gawain's A, I'm tired. And B is kind of I'm too nerdy. I don't do sports. I'm not really a sports guy. So he's like, fine.
I don't remember that being in the film. That might be book.
Again, that's probably actually in the book. I'm really sorry.
My interpretation of the film is also clouded by the book. Also, I think it's possible that none of this happens and he only introduces the game ex post facto.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I do remember it being introduced before. Okay. But by that point, I was like, but you skipped all the other game stuff.
Yeah. But so the game is the Lord will give to Gawain anything that he wins. The title for this chapter is An Exchange of Winnings. Anything that he wins out in the forest. And Gawain will give to the Lord anything that he acquires in the castle. And Gawain says, well, what could I gain in the castle that isn't already yours? And the Lord's like,
I don't know. Wink. Thanks for mentioning the chapter titles. We haven't really been talking about those.
Yeah.
And, I gotta say, I'm very happy to have chapter titles. I raved about the favorites chapter titles, and I think they make movies better. They're cool to look at, and it's nice to have things to think about. So I was really glad to have them. And I think overall, they look great. They are not as hard to read as the favorites chapter titles, which wasn't a problem for me, but I actually really liked how they did it, but I can appreciate that side. I do have a distinct critique of them, which is that every chapter title begins with an ellipsis. They always say ... before the beginning of the title. I think this is a terrible choice. First of all, the chapter titles are kind of long. A lot of them are kind of a little bit longer than the favorites. There's some long ones in the favorite too, but they're normally pretty long. So there's not really enough space to display all the text in a nice way, and then we have to squish them in around the ellipsis. Also, if we just think about text layout and graphic design, the thing that I really enjoy, they present a really unbalanced design where there's this tiny little line on the left side of this big block of text and it looks bad. And there are several places where the text stretches all the way across the screen and it's still kind of too small and there's just not enough space because we have the ellipsis. And then there's also they try to do cool designs with it. At one point, I think the one where he's first entering the forest after leaving the scavengers, it's arranged in a square in one corner of the frame, and it looks really nice with all the text laid out into the square, except that on one side of the square there's this little ... at the beginning which pops out. It's sort of supposed to look like an intentional effect, but it looks bad. Now, I'm aware that putting an ellipsis at the beginning of a title like this is actually a historical phenomenon. This is kind of a reference to a literary style. But it makes the chapter titles harder to read. There's literally more text to process. It makes them harder to read because there's not enough space for them a lot of times, and it just makes them look bad, kind of cheap. So I really wish we had cut out the ellipsis. It kind of makes me hard to fully endorse it in this version. I think it's a small but key mistake.
I did not have nearly as strong of an opinion about the ellipses as you did.
I have strong opinions about these things. So yeah, Gawain kind of agrees to this game, not really understanding what's going on. Well, the next morning, maybe Libby could tell us about what happens in the next scene.
Okie doke. So the Lord has presumably gone off to go hunt. We know this because there is a close-up of some wall art depicting a hunt scene. The lady is kind of hanging out. They're chatting.
He's in bed, if I remember correctly?
I don't think he's in bed yet.
Okay.
I think there are two separate days. Because she asks if she wants to paint, if he would like her to paint his portrait. And he says, well, I've already had my portrait painted. I'm the heir to the throne. I was like, why is she closing all the windows? Why is she making it so dark in here? Why is she just painting the canvas with water? It turns out she takes his photograph. I didn't get it, but she does take his photograph. We see
with a camera?
Yeah.
She pulls out a camera.
Yeah. I mean, it's a rudimentary camera. It's based on a camera obscura, which they did have at that time period.
I missed this.
Yeah.
Whoa,
she makes a photograph. Whoa. You see it later. It looks very sort of Shroud of Turin, but she's made the room completely dark. She paints the canvas with what looks like water, but is presumably whatever chemical they use in photo development. And then she's got, she pulls out one little circular panel of the wall, and there's a keyhole of light that projects Gawain, and then you see his face upside down, which is how cameras work. And yeah, you see the photograph, and then the photograph is displayed behind him eventually when he is the king in the sort of flash forward sequence.
Okay, I totally missed this part.
Okay, I'm glad you had me describe it.
I really appreciate it. Well, you're going to describe the next part too, but okay, thank you so much. And this makes it, wow, that's really interesting. Because one of the other things that, as we said, this movie is deeply rooted in referencing film history, and that's not a criticism. One of the other movies that David Lowery cites as a direct inspiration of this movie is...
Funny Face.
No, is the Sofia Coppola Marie Antoinette.
Okay.
Which we...
Does she get her photograph taken?
No, but first of all, we raved about Marie Antoinette. We are big fans. Marie Antoinette is famous for intentionally featuring anachronistic technologies and aspects, visual aspects. So when I read that this was inspired by Marie Antoinette, I was like, okay, I guess I like both of those movies, but I don't really see the connection. I think this is the connection. I think this is intentional anachronism a la Marie Antoinette.
So I just want to put, this isn't...
Still, I don't know why it's in the movie.
This isn't totally anachronistic. We have just injected a little tiny bit
This is 300 years of advanced technology.
So in the 15th century, they did have camera obscura.
Right.
They were able to, like, sort of manipulate light to project an image onto some,
like a projector.
Yeah, they were kind of able to do a projector.
Through glass.
Doesn't have to be through glass.
Oh, that's right. You just need a hole. Tiny hole.
Yeah, you need a tiny hole. And so people did use this in art. If you wanted to paint someone, you might camera obscura their face onto your canvas. You would sketch in the lines.
Okay, but they didn't have chemical exposure.
Right. So it's just the chemical exposure, which,
That's the big part.
isn't magic. It doesn't require industrial...
So you think this is a non-magical camera? You think she just has a camera?
Yeah, I think she's just figured out the chemistry to make paper photosensitive enough that when you do the camera obscura effect, the image is preserved. So I was like, weird. I still don't know why it's in the movie.
I don't know.
I still don't know why it's in the movie. But I was like, not historically accurate, but historically plausible.
Okay. Well, that's a lovely interpretation. Now that I know this, this is yet another case, because we're going to see that the lady, if she's not necessarily villainous, maybe she is, though.
Maybe she is.
She's probably the villain of the story. So, yet again, bad boy filmmaker characters. Mm-hmm. If whichever character in your movie is kind of a filmmaker, they're bad. Mm-hmm. They're like actually bad. Every time. Every time. Please continue. So yeah, all right. She takes his picture with a camera. I did not know that, but I believe you, and it all makes sense.
I did comment on, like, she says, I'm gonna paint your picture. Maybe she just says, I'm gonna take your picture. I'm gonna make a picture of you.
She says, I'm going to make your portrait.
Okay. She says, I'm gonna make your portrait. And then we see all these shots of her making the room dark, and I was making fun of it. It was like, first thing to do when you're painting a portrait is make the room really dark. And then I was like, okay, and then you paint the canvas just with water. And then I was like, oh, I feel like an idiot because she's taking a photograph.
Okay. I had fused the two lady scenes together somehow, either in my memory or my watching. Okay, great. Well, Libby, thanks for clarifying that. Then what happens with the lady?
Okay, so I remember the next scene as happening in the morning.
It is in the morning. He's waking up.
I think I just don't have the timeline quite right of when she's in the castle.
It doesn't match the original story.
I think the photograph scene might have happened before the evening conversation with the Lord.
I think that's true.
Yeah, I think that's
before the dinner.
Yeah, so she shows up in his room. The next morning, he sleeps in the nude. That's how he's living his life. Also, very historically accurate for the Middle Ages. But he should have a dopey little cap on his head.
Because your clothes were fucking gross. And you did not want to spend more time in your underwear because that has all of your gross stuff on them.
Yeah, you didn't bathe your body. You just constantly changed your clothes. And the clothes are made of linen. The body linen, the undergarments were made of linen, which is really absorbent. So it just sort of sucks all the yucky oil and dirt off of your body. And then you take it off and you wash that.
And even rich people did not have just infinite amounts of cloth. So, like, making another set of clothes for pajamas that you would have to then get dirty and wash because you're gross still, you just slept in the nude.
Yes, you slept in the nude and then also washed your sheets. So that is historically accurate, but they were worried about getting, like, a head cold. So they pretty universally wore dopey little caps. Dev Patel said no to the dopey little cap, apparently. Or David. Or the costume designer. So the lady shows up. And do you remember what is the first line she says to him? How do we start the conversation?
I think this is when she gives him the girdle. I think that's at the beginning of that conversation. Of course, again, his mom, Morgan Le Fay, the wizard lady, made the girdle for him actually, right? In the beginning?
Yes.
And then the scavengers stole it. And then, see what? Question mark?
Yeah, well, she's wearing it, and I think she takes it off.
And she says that she made it.
Yeah.
She says it's hers, and he says, isn't that mine? And she's like, no.
You can have it, though. So she gives it to him, and I believe says it's magic.
That's right. He's like, yeah, I know, I've heard this.
It'll protect you from harm. Won't that be helpful when you go to face the Green Knight? And then she's also being very flirtatious and getting right up on him as she says this, and although we definitely can't see anything, it's pretty clear that she is giving him a hand job, which he is simultaneously into and not into.
he is enjoying it, but he did not ask for it.
Yes, she did ask him, why didn't you come to my chambers last night?
Yeah. I was obviously flirting with you the whole time during dinner.
And he says, it would be wrong. And she says, well, you did want to, didn't you? And he's like, yes. And this is also when she asks him if he believes in witchcraft. And he's like, yep, it's all around. Witchcraft, super normal to me. So she sexually assaults him. Then when she leaves, we see a shot of his semen on his hand, which is holding the girdle. So it is also on the girdle. I don't know if that's significant. And then she leaves. Gawain...
She says, well, you're not a knight. He has failed his test of chastity.
Yeah.
I guess is what happened.
So Gawain doesn't want to be here anymore. He also turns around to see that also in the room...
Watching the whole time.
Well, with her face in that direction, was this older blindfolded woman. It's very Thérèse Raquin.
I don't know what that is.
That's a novel by Honoré de Balzac. Anyway, so Gawain, was kind of uncomfortable with the hand job and maybe would have just, pulled the sheets over his head and laid there for a bit. But once he sees Scary Old Lady, he's like, I have to leave. I gotta get out of here.
But he basically is like, well, I think I may have been sexually assaulted. I don't know, was that hot? And then he looks around and sees the old lady watching him. He's like, nope, not hot. Definitely not hot. I'm going to vote not hot on this.
Yeah, so he grabs his clothes from off the chair and is sort of throwing them back on as he runs down the stairs and out where he encounters the Lord, who is hunting and has caught the fox. He's got him in a little bag. Yeah, he says, I got this.
He says, where's my present? What are you going to give me in the game? Mm-hmm. And Gawain says, nothing. Honestly, I'm having...
You don't want it.
You don't want it?
I'm actually not a swinger, thank you very much. It's one of those moments.
Doing this way, I'm sorry, this is not going to work. And the Lord's like, well, why don't you just come over here? And he gives Gawain pretty good kiss. And Gawain's like, well, that wasn't the worst kiss I've ever had, I guess. I think I'm just going to go. And then he's like, well, I've given you the kiss, aren't you going to give me anything? And Gawain is like, no, I did not sign up actually for any of this. I guess I agreed to play your game. I don't want to play anymore. He says something directly to that effect. Mm-hmm. And then the Lord says, oh, you don't even want what I'm really going to give you? I caught a fox. Of course, the Lord wouldn't know that he was friends with that fox, except that he obviously does. And he's like, you don't even want this random fox I found? And Gawain, not fulfilling his knightly virtue of friendship, is like, no, I don't. Whatever you're going to do with the fox, I gotta go. And he's like, okay, I'm just going to give you the fox, honestly.
The clock is also ticking down to Christmas Day.
That's fair.
So he did have to leave with some urgency anyway. But
so the Lord is like, okay, all right. So we're not going to have sex. Okay.
Damn.
Well, I'm just going to give you the fox then. I'm not actually trying to... Again, the Lord is actually very nice about everything. He's like, okay, well, you can have the fox. I'm not trying to torture this fox. I was thinking this was going to go down differently. So, yeah. Then Gawain walks off, and he finds the stream, and there's just a boat waiting there. Magic boat or something?
Everything starts to get very yellow, is the other thing that happens.
It's the morning, and it's misty, and also color saturation. Like we said, she wanted this in the movie.
There have been times, I think it was mainly in the Netherlands, where we used to live, where sometimes the mornings just are extremely yellow. I don't know what's going on atmospherically, but I have seen the real world being that yellow.
I think when there's a lot of yellow on the ground, as there were in some of the places where we live, that also has a factor too. But yes.
So the fox leads him maybe to the boat and then turns around and says, you don't want this. Turn away. Run away.
Let's be clear. Okay. The fox suddenly starts speaking aloud in English, which had not happened.
We'd been watching Princess Mononoke, so this is normal for us. We're like, we were just waiting for the fox to start talking. Obviously, the fox can speak.
Well, it is notable how computer-generated this fox is. This is a really computer... Now, first of all, it's not particularly convincing computer generation, and it makes it pretty obvious that at some point this fox is going to start talking.
Yeah.
I will say... I'm so happy...
It's really hard to get it to train a fox to do film stuff. Foxes are not dogs.
I'm so happy that animals were not harmed in the making of the movie. And let's just CGI the animals.
I will take a bad CGI'd animal 100% over actually harming an animal.
That's right. And, well, I'm not a professional animal trainer, but animals, they don't really want to do the movies, actually. They don't care. They don't watch movies. This isn't exciting for them, and they're not going to get extra money from this. They're just kind of the slaves who have to do the job. So
some dogs like to play with people. So if you just have a dog playing, that's fine.
I'm not a professional animal trainer.
No other animal wants to do this.
I'm very glad they went with that side of the decision. Definitely the right decision. So yeah, suddenly the fox starts talking. Do we have a voice credit for the fox?
Let me look.
I'm very curious.
Do you think it was David Lowery?
No.
Okay.
I think it was Miss Chaudhry.
Chowdhury?
Chowdhury, thank you.
No Fox voice credit.
Well, I believe that is sorry.
Rita Chowdhury.
Chowdhury. I believe that is Chowdhury's voice.
Okay.
I've heard other people say this as well. I had that feeling when I watched it. I did some research myself, couldn't find someone, and I found several other people who said, isn't that Chowdhury? And I think that's her. Mm-hmm. So I think that...
It's also a little bit modulated.
It's quite modulated.
Voices are.
I think that the fox is Morgan.
Okay.
And Morgan is both the blindfolded voyeur lady and the fox.
Yeah, I think it's unclear in that case if she actually is trying to get him to turn away and she's like, you've done enough growing, now leave and don't actually die and come back home. Or if she's trying to set up another trial that he's expected to overcome.
Sure, I agree that it being her is weird because she's the one that sent her on the quest, so either she has decided your analysis is perfect. But I'm pretty sure that's her. I'm not sure how to interpret it, but I think that's her. So, yeah, Gawain's like, no, I'm not going to back out now.
And the fox says, explicitly says, it's better to be alive and dishonorable. Gawain says, I don't want to turn around now because it would be dishonorable. And the fox is like, it's better to be alive and dishonorable. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm increasingly interested in your theory that she may genuinely be trying to get him turned back now, because this would be a great time to turn back. You've gone through all the steps, and even if anybody really, really investigates it, they would think that you really did go to the Green Chapel.
Yeah.
You met with the Lord right next to them.
I just feel like, why couldn't Gawain just lie at this point?
I think that is his mom, and his mom is like, we got him, dude. I set this whole thing up so you could come here, and now you don't even have to go get killed by the Green Knight. I think that's the right interpretation. All right, well, we figured out one thing. So then he gets on the boat, and he gets to the chapel. I think it's when he gets off the boat here that he finds his horse is also there?
No, that's later.
That's later. Yeah. Okay, the horse comes up later. Okay, I wasn't... but all right, not yet. So the Green Knight is there, but he's still in statue form.
Yeah, Gawain's a bit early, because he had to run away from the castle.
That's right. Things got weird. He didn't do all 3 nights of the game, because he hasn't read the poem. He's too immature to be into
he arrives on Christmas Eve, and he needs to kneel in the chapel.
It's a very warm Christmas Eve in Wales.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
It does look pretty green. The whole film looks pretty green.
For a movie about Christmas and winter, it doesn't look like winter at all. They aren't even wearing that much warm clothing. And I mean, different seasons happen at different times in my meteorology. One
point is medieval warm period.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Second point is the Green Knight is abroad and greenening the landscape.
All right, let's go with that. So the
Green Knight is there, but he's kind of turned off. He's
still
powered
a tree.
down.
He's still a tree. He's a tree. He's not woken up.
Yeah. So Gawain has to kneel, waiting for him to wake up. Kind of similar to a knight's vigil before he would be knighted. They were supposed to spend a night without sleep praying in the church. So he does do that.
So now it's Christmas, and the knight wakes up, and he's like, "All right, let's do this." So Gawain bends over just as the knight did.
Yeah. The knight somehow gets his axe back. I can't remember if Gawain gives it to him.
I thought that
if he had 2 axes?
That when he showed up, he has another axe.
Okay.
But I don't think that's actually true. I think he takes it from Gawain. That makes way more sense. But I too feel a bit confused. I think we never see him take it. I think he just has it.
Yeah, maybe they didn't have the shot.
Yeah. Well, I think they didn't have the shot, and he just edited it really hard around it. Because they do it pretty quick. But yeah, I think they missed it. Oops. Coverage. So, he bends over, and the knight's like, all right, I must swing this axe. And so he goes to swing the axe, and Gawain flinches away. He's like, no, I don't want to die. And the knight's like, are we going to do this or not? So, okay. He goes...
Well, I believe this is when Gawain says, is this all there is? And the knight says,
I think before even the first swing, but yeah.
I think Gawain has knelt down and is ready.
Yeah,
and he's like, hold on. Is this all there is?
I don't know how to interpret that.
Everyone has suggested to me that this is like some trick or lesson or game.
The only person who suggested that to them is King Arthur, who has said it several times.
The Lord also says this boar, which he brings on the first day, is for your journey home. Like, other people talk about, when he comes home. So it seems like most people don't believe that Gawain is just going to be beheaded.
So you think that's what he means by is all there is, thinking, oh, am I actually just going to die?
Yeah.
I mean, again, he clearly hasn't read the story of the Green Knight, because even in the story of the Green Knight, where it is all a game, he does swing the axe and they just cuts him a little bit. So that's not even how the game would work. You're bad at games, Gawain.
Yeah, so he's like, aren't you supposed to... Isn't something else supposed to happen? And the Green Knight responds, what else should there be? It's like, actually, you just die now. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, he goes to swing the axe on Gawain the first time, and Gawain flinches and runs away. And then Gawain says, "Okay, wait, I'll come back. I'll really do it. This one's for real. I'll really, really, really do it." And he says, "Okay." So then he goes and swings the axe the second time.
Well, he says, "Are you ready?" And then just cut to 10-second long cut to Gawain's face, during which Gawain says nothing, and then again we hear, "Are you ready?" He says, "Yes."
He says, "Now I'm ready."
Now I'm ready.
This is a call back to, I think, Gawain's first line of the movie, or his second to first line in the movie, when he's in the brothel, and as you said, Essel asked him, "Are you a knight?" And he says, "I am not ready." So we've gone from "I am not ready" to "I am ready."
He is not ready, for the record, but he does keep saying that.
He does say "I'm ready." So then the knight goes to swing the axe the second time, and he still fudges and runs away.
Yeah.
And
the whole time, the Green Knight is being very, almost jovial about this. He's like, "Hey, we have all day. You take your time. It just has to be on Christmas Day."
This is a lot. I get it's a lot.
So,
Again, the Green Knight, very nice about everything.
Yes. He's lovely.
So Gawain's like, okay, this time I'm really, really gonna do it. And so the knight picks up the axe and swings it again, and he still runs away. He's like,
he runs right out the chapel.
Yeah, he's like, actually, I did decide I don't want to die. So he runs back to Camelot.
And this is when he finds his horse. So he runs out of the chapel.
Thank you.
And then he's like, "Oh, my horse is here. Perfect.
Great.
I'm going home."
So what happens next is some pretty great filmmaking. Some pretty top tier filmmaking. So it's presented as a montage. It is dialogueless. It is done entirely through visual storytelling. And it's one continuous stream. There's no scene sense to it. It's a genuine montage. We see Gawain come home. He is knighted. King Arthur dies. He becomes the new king. He has a nice sex with Essel. Essel gets pregnant.
And we clearly see him wearing the green girdle this whole time, even when he's otherwise naked having sex.
We actually see that in the other sex scene that is a part of this montage, but he is wearing the girdle the whole time. He and Essel have some nice sex. Essel has a child. It's a son. Gawain's like, great, now I have a son. Now I can abandon Essel, because I don't really care about her. She's low class. Bye, Essel. So he drops Essel.
And takes the baby.
He
does kind of look like he feels bad about this.
Yep.
But he's also like, I this isn't great, but I am going to do it anyway.
Right. So then he meets the fancy noble lady. Is the fancy noble lady... That's not also Alicia Vikander, is it?
So I actually thought that it was the same actress who played Winifred. But I'm wrong. I'm calling her the bride. The bride is a different, is a separate actor.
Again, there's a lot of intentional soft double casting. Yeah. And I'm going to call out David here. And I don't think it's the worst thing, although I kind of wish it had just been true double casting. There's a lot of casting of people that are sort of kind of supposed to be the same person. And so they pick two people that look kind of like the same person. I feel like David is just trying to make us get into really impossible arguments, like on the ride home from the movie theater, where like you say... Oh, yeah, because Alicia Vikander was both Essel and the lady at the end. And then your boyfriend says, no, they were different people. And then you get a big argument about it, and the answer is you're both kind of right. I think that's what's happening here.
Yeah, I was trying to work out what, metaphorically it means for for Winifred and the bride to be the same person, and I wasn't getting anywhere. And it's because they're not.
Yeah. So she does kind of look like Alicia Vikander, and she does kind of look like Winifred. She kind of looks like both those people. I can't say if it's intentional, but I think it is. Anyway, so he marries this nice noblewoman, and then, yes, we see him consummating their marriage, and he is wearing the girdle around his waist. So yeah, then his son grows up into a strapping young lad, and then, by the way, while this is happening, it seems like Gawain's political career has gone poorly. He seems to be quite unpopular, and he rides through the streets, and people are throwing food at him and stuff.
And there's also war.
Yeah, and it probably looks... It's a war. It might be... We don't know, but it might be like a revolution of some type. It might be some sort of civil war, because he's... Apparently, he seems like a pretty selfish king, is what we're kind of... He's something of a tyrant, even. So yeah, then there's a war, and he goes to fight in the war, and he brings his son with him. And then his son dies.
His teenage
son. And he was
son
like,
dies.
oh yeah, I probably shouldn't have brought my son into the battle, because also I don't have any heirs or whatever. And
I'm really sad that my son is
sad
dead.
about that.
He does have a daughter with his royal bride.
Do we see the daughter in that vision? Actually, we discussed this earlier, and you said yes, we see both the kids in that vision.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, the war goes badly, and eventually he is under siege in his one remaining castle. And his family...
Where it all began at the Round Table.
That's right. He's sitting there. Where it all literally began from the opening sequence of the movie before even we got to the Round Table. The one where his head caught on fire. More on that soon. And, his family is there, but eventually they leave him. Because, they never really liked him anyway.
Yeah, his wife and daughter and his mom also abandon him.
They're like, you're bad, and you're not even rich anymore. So this is... Bye. This is a divorce. And, then the enemies start to break into the castle. Things look bad for Gawain. So,
time for a 360 panorama shot again.
Yes. The enemy start to break in. Things are looking bad for Gawain. What did you say?
Time for a 360 panorama shot again.
And so, in this one, he removes the girdle from around his waist. Although not from around his waist, from the inside of his abdomen.
Yeah, well, we get our 360 panorama shot of presumably Camelot being destroyed, and Gawain's like, well, I think it's over. So he unties the girdle and then pulls it out, and it kind of looks like it's being worn under his tunic, and he's pulling...
It looks like it's inside of his stomach.
Well, it starts out looking like the girdle, and it looks like he's pulling it out through, a hole.
Okay.
That's meant to only show the sort of front knot situation. So he's pulling out the girdle, and then the girdle increasingly starts to look like an intestine that he's pulling out of his stomach, and then eventually he gets it all the way out, and then his head falls off, and he collapses.
Yeah, and it's not like his head appears to have been decapitated. There's a clean cut.
A slit appears on his throat.
And it's sort of like as if the girdle had been wrapped around his neck, holding his head on with the tension of the girdle. That's not actually what happens around his stomach. But yeah, he pulls the girdle off, and as soon as the girdle is off, it's no longer holding up his head, and it's
no longer
off,
magically protecting
him.
Yeah.
Good thing he was wearing the girdle the whole time. Turns out if he had taken it off, that's why he was wearing it during the sex. If he had taken it off once, his head would have immediately fallen off. We don't know this, but in the scene before Morgan gives him the girdle, his head is cut off, and so that's why she gives him the girdle, to protect him or something.
I don't think that's true.
So now this is our third time seeing Gawain die, first in the opening sequence with his head catch on fire, second when he gets abandoned by the scavengers, and this is the third one. And it's the third time we then immediately discover that it didn't actually happen.
Yeah, then we cut to Dev Patel's face as he's kneeling, ready to get beheaded in the Green Chapel.
And so we jump back to the Green Chapel, I guess before he runs away the final time.
Yes.
And it's implied that either that really happened in the Green Knight rewound time, or the Green Knight gave him this vision, or he really just imagined it and his life flashed before his eyes. Some combination of those things. And so now I'm going to try to be very clear about what happens next, because we're just about at the very end of the movie. You might think, well, then some more stuff is going to happen, but not really.
Very little happens.
So we come back. Gawain is kneeling down there. He's standing at the lair. Gawain sort of sits up for a second and removes the girdle from around his stomach, the thing that was supposed to be protecting him. And then he looks up at the knight and tells him that he's ready, and he bends down. Then, and I will be very clear here, the Green Knight says, "Well done, my brave knight." Then he takes his finger and he gently runs it across Gawain's neck. And it's intentionally ambiguous. He runs it across his neck, and maybe he points out to the door a little bit. Maybe. Then the Green Knight says, "Now, off with your head."
End of movie.
That's the end of the movie. No, does he actually cut his head off? I think we don't know what happens at the end. So let's just run through the details of this particular interpretation. So he runs his finger across his neck. Maybe the bit is that's the only blow he's going to deal Gawain today. Maybe not. When you're going to cut someone's head off, that is something you do where you might trace with your line where you're going to cut to help you be more accurate. So that symbol is ambiguous. Maybe he points past him saying, you can leave now, go out the door. But maybe not. Maybe he's just bringing his hand up. It is intentionally ambiguous. Maybe when he says, now off with your head, he means, now go off and leave, taking your head with you and not dying. Maybe he means, now I'm going to cut your head off. He's smiling the whole time, so that probably means it's something nice. Except he's been smiling the whole time about everything, so maybe he actually is still going to cut his head off. That's the end of the movie. We don't know what happens. We don't know if he actually cuts his head off. We don't know if the vision comes true or doesn't come true, or we don't know. Now, then the credits start, and then there's a post-credit scene, which maybe is the key to it all, but maybe not. In the post-credit scene, we see...
Which is, 10 seconds or less. It's very short.
It might be 20 seconds, but it's very short. There's a girl... And it's the girl from the vision, his daughter?
Yeah.
And
with his royal bride, not Essel.
This post-credit scene is shot quite close up. This is not what Libby wants, which is a big, expansive cinematography where we see the whole set.
Every shot has to show the whole set.
I know. So it's caught pretty close up. We just see the girl sitting on a floor. Maybe it's the floor of the round table room. Maybe
That's
not.
What it looked like.
It does kind of look like that. So I think
it's color graded to be similar to that.
I think let's just say the floor of the round table room. On the floor of the round table room, next to her is the Incan crown. And not clear why it's there. And she just kind of picks it up. And I was like, oh, this is nice. And she goes to put it on her head. That's the actual end of the movie. So maybe this means the vision does occur, and after Gawain's son dies, and after he de-intestines his head off of him, now the last one, the new monarch, will be the daughter, and this is actually a feminist or something. Maybe this is just a thing that we're seeing that means nothing. Maybe this is a girl that finds the crown and King Arthur left it there on the ground. Obviously, it can't really be some strictly linear interpretation of any of those facts, because if there was the vision, then what we actually saw at the end wouldn't have happened, because what we saw at the end was that the vision didn't happen.
Yeah.
So it can't be that both the girl is the true result of the vision and the sequence of events we see after the vision occur. Both of those things can't happen, but they are both shown on screen. So, Libby, what happens at the end of the movie? What's the real ending? What really happens?
So, I don't have any real explanation for the post-credit scene, so I'm not going to include that in my interpretation. Okay. Also, if you need to make it clear that there is going to be a post-credit scene in some way, otherwise I'm going to leave.
Or it doesn't count.
I think this ending is great and perfect. So, the question that everyone wants the answer to is, does Gawain die? And you already know the answer to that. It's obviously yes. Because everybody dies. The point...
I don't think that's the question people want to answer. They want to know, does he die in the next 24 hours?
The point is that to the Green Knight, who is representative of, the ancient circle of time, or however we want to express that, dying in the next 20 seconds and dying in the next 50 years are the same thing.
So which one actually happens, though? Does he die in the next 20 seconds, or does he die in 50 years?
We switch to the Green Knight's perspective, and it's the same to him.
Okay. That's a pretty good interpretation. I like it. Let's go with it. I'm with you. I will say, as I said before, that I believe this vision montage is superb filmmaking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as visual storytelling, as interesting, interesting, and cool to look at images, as something that really brings a deep story in a way that's really accessible. This is some amazing filmmaking.
Also, it means the main character has a bad time, which we have established David loves. David loves when the main character 100% loses at the end.
Fair. So, I loved that part.
Yeah.
I didn't really like the actual ending and the not revealing anything, and it was fine, but it basically is like, okay, we could have just cut that part then. Might as well just have ended when we flash back to Dev kneeling on the ground and the vision being done and the knights above him. That would have been a good point to end, in my opinion. Now it's ambiguous. Is the knight going to do it? Is he not going to do it? Sounds good. But then to dig into this second level of poetic action ambiguity, it's not very fun. It's pretty boring compared to what I just watched. And it doesn't leave me more satisfied or give me more to do with the story.
I mean, for the record, it's like less than a minute.
Okay.
So it's not like you don't have that much time to be bored in.
I'm not saying it's a horrible viewing experience, but I think it makes the movie worse, and the movie would have been better. Somewhat to your point, where you first brought out the David loves loser bit, which is perfectly fine. It reminds me of AI, where if we had just cut with David...
In that case, you need to cut about 20 minutes. In this one, you're asking to cut about 1 minute.
Should be easier. We don't even have to ruin Stanley Kubrick's vision, ? But any movie that involves a David some way, apparently I'm going to have this criticism about. So David, feel like, just like the David in AI, that the David of the Green Knight should have cut the movie just a little bit earlier, and it would have been a much better movie. Now, I understand that then we're not, like, fulfilling the story, and the story is that, like, he doesn't fully kill him. But then we don't want to do that. It's ambiguous. Maybe he does fully kill him. So, just being like, hey, it's ambiguous for a minute does not make me like the movie more. In fact, I think it cheapens the story's effect.
I just want to reiterate that I don't think it's ambiguous. Gawain does die. I think this film is asking you to be more comfortable with your own death. And that's probably part of why it's not very popular, because people don't want to think about that.
I appreciate that. I mean, I'm interested in this story as a human, being a human. So I would appreciate it if we've told the rest of the story on a human scale of time and cosmological thought, if we could finish that part of the story. And if you want to add more, but give me a human ending to the story as well as a cosmological ending, that's the one. But I also want to know what happened at the end of the story. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, well, the other thing is, like, in following from the ladies...
Or don't tell me at the end of the story and have a cliffhanger ending. That's also fine.
Following from the ladies' big monologue, I think we're also being asked to take a broader view, not just of time, but, like, of what life is. So, like, if Gawain dies, there will still be life coming from his body. And that's...
He won't have a daughter. Not one that puts on a crown.
I mean, that also might not happen anyway.
That's fair. It's fair.
Maybe he should marry Essel and not have this daughter with the
That sounds like
royal
a good
bride.
point. Oh, because the daughter is the bride's child.
Yes.
That's very true. I didn't think. I sort of assumed they were both Essels, but that's not right.
No.
Okay, it's a good point.
Essel doesn't really want to talk to him after he takes her baby away.
Very, very fair point. And I'll also just confess that I think...
I believe you've seen the TED Talk about the woman who has, like, a PhD in some flavor of neuroscience who has a stroke.
Yes, I have.
And she talks about how, her left brain gets shut off and she experiences oneness with the entire universe.
Yes.
I think it is sort of getting at that with, like, life, and this also ties into Princess Mononoke, that life and death are identical.
I think this is a good interpretation of the story. And I think I agree with you that that's Lowry's intention. I don't think that actually is shown on screen. And I don't think that we do get a beautiful and interesting and philosophically deep montage, but it's not about that. It's about power and what type of life is worth living and what makes life good.
Yeah, I think it's fine for films to be about multiple things, and I also don't need to be spoon-fed conclusions.
But this conclusion that you're describing, I don't think is actually presented in the film. Like, if you add up the film as a totality, then it makes sense as an interpretation. But in the concluding piece of the film, that interpretation is not there. It's missing.
Right, because you don't analyze a film minute by minute, ignorant of all the minutes that came before it.
It would be nice if you could, but all right, fair. I'll also confess that I think your philosophical point is fair, in that I am disinterested in the very popular in the modern age, the celebration of the death experience. Doesn't particularly appeal to me, actually. And I don't find it... I think disinterested in the right word. I can't say that any of its points are wrong, or even that they have some deep and true and important meaning. but it does not interest me.
Okay, so you're just mad that David Lowery isn't a transhumanist.
Well, now we really are getting into the pointed language. But I'll say sure, fine.
Okay.
I'll be the bad guy. This movie doesn't have a proper villain, so it has to be me. So, Libby, did we watch these movies in the right order?
Yeah, I think these are kind of hard. This is kind of a harder pairing. There's arguments for either order. I think there's more arguments for Princess Mononoke. I will say, even though they do have a lot of similarities, I really don't think Green Knight is directly influenced by Princess Mononoke. I find it easy to believe that David Lowery has never seen this film. Unlike, some other films like Project X and Superbad, where the makers of Project X had clearly seen Superbad. So from a timeline perspective, it's not necessary. I think Princess Mononoke is easier to watch, and Green Knight makes more demands of you as a viewer. So from that perspective, you kind of maybe want to do Green Knight first so that you're not exhausted, because Princess Mononoke is a bit more replenishing. But Green Knight, you're also, I think, going to want to think about a lot after you see it. And Princess Mononoke, you don't need to think about as much after you've seen it. So I don't think it's a good idea to watch Princess Mononoke immediately after having seen The Green Knight for the first time if you're going to spend the whole time you're watching Princess Mononoke actually thinking about The Green Knight. So I would probably go for Princess Mononoke, then Green Knight, but I think you're going to be tired by the end of that experience.
I agree that both ways can work. I think I feel a bit stronger than you that this is the right order.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that The Green Knight is intending to directly reference Mononoke in the way it's referencing so many other movies. There are a lot of connections, a lot of head stuff, a lot of talking animals.
Yeah, but I think that could go either way.
That's fair.
I think you can still appreciate the, shared symbolism in Princess Mononoke if you watch it second.
I think your point about Mononoke being more digestible is also accurate, even though it's not the most digestible movie. And I think that also, like you're saying, The Green Knight is more ambiguous. Whether or not it's more dense or rich or whatever term we want to use, I wouldn't say that necessarily, but it does ask you to spend a lot more time thinking about it, and it spends you more time directly thinking about it. Mononoke is a movie that sort of sits around in the back of your mind, and you think, oh, this is kind of like that situation in Mononoke. I didn't really realize that until it comes up. Whereas The Green Knight requires a lot of active interpretation with a lot of intentional ambiguity that you just need to process and think through. So I wouldn't want to watch another movie right after I watch The Green Knight. Maybe Excalibur or something like that.
Also, if you're watching it with friends, you're going to want to spend 30 minutes arguing about what happens at the end. So that's eating into your Mononoke time.
Yeah, I think Mononoke is better, and better as the first one, but I don't think it's, like you're saying, really because there's a direct connection between the movies. I think that's just going to be a better watching experience. And I think Mononoke deals with its issues more openly. They're more explicitly part of the plot, and the characters are talking about the same issues in the same direct ways that you're going to want to be talking about the issues with your friends. Whereas The Green Knight, the issues are not presented so explicitly. And because they are so much the same issues, if you watch Mononoke first, that serves as a really nice setup to The Green Knight. You're going to be thinking about the right issues in a way that you find really approachable, so then when you deal with them in a more thorny way that you run into The Green Knight, you'll be prepared. You'll have brought your girdle of protection.
Well, to anyone still out there, thank you for listening to what is surely our longest episode ever, by a long shot. For next month, we've decided that you haven't had enough weirdness, so we're going to continue with the weirdness. David, what are the films?
We're jumping straight from sword and sorcery to struggling against the computers, dystopian cyberpunk. It's THX 1138 from 1971 and Logan's Run from 1976.
And can you give people the pitch for THX 1138? I think most people will not have heard of it, but might in fact be interested in it.
Sure. THX 1138 is George Lucas's first movie, based on his student film. So it's our introduction to his work.